want to teach you a little bit of a gear farm that I found in Act 2. I'm not through the entire game just yet, but I ran into an issue of not having enough loot to kind of push myself past the last boss. My resistances were low, and my overall life support on my character wasn't good. But in Act 2, if you want to do like a somewhat quick farm with decent gear drops, decent gear loot, I found that going through the Dreadnought and then going through the Dreadnought Vanguard consistently can drop you good gear. You could probably do this anywhere that you want, but the reason I like doing this is I'm a lightning rogue at this point in time. I'm using like the bolt and shock lightning rod and everything else. And what's really nice about this is that if you want to find items, something like this, where I have 25% movement speed, maximum life, the evasion rating, 26 cold resistance, 26 fire resistance. I got lucky on a couple rolls here. But I found multiple things through here. But the main thing is that all these areas are easy somewhat to farm, because you can just use your lightning bolt to clear this entire wave. I don't have the exact damage I want right now, but I have a pretty solid bow. And if I just fight in these little close areas, my lightning rod and everything else, whatever I'm going to be spamming in here, is going to clear out these monsters pretty quick. There's multiple bosses that you have to fight. I should say elite mobs, anywhere from gold to blue, and you just go all the way up through this area. And occasionally you'll find decent gear, decent loot that can actually help your character. I've done this for maybe an hour or two, and I found a decent amount. But I think it just kind of works with your character's abilities. Everything bunches together on these little platforms. It's really simple to kill everything. And I'm in between builds at the moment. That's also why I'm not doing the most damage. I got to update a few things with my tree and go through a respec, but this works really well to get gold. It also works really well just to find other items that you don't care about, and you can just sell them. So you find a decent amount of rares from time to time, and then you also find a decent amount of runes or orbs, whatever you need there. But even then, the experience isn't too bad. I'm a little higher level than I should be right now, because I've just been stuck here because I didn't fix my build before. And this is something that I just found because I found out, I'm a new Path of Exile player, and I knew that I had to find an area where I could farm. Usually like the hunting ground over in Act 1 sometimes can drop you good loot early on, especially because there's so many unique mobs in a small area, and it's easy to run through it. Now, if you have faster movement speed and all of that, it just makes farming a little bit easier. Also high damage. You can just kind of instantly kill a wave and just keep pushing. Try to get your drops a little bit faster. Now, my problem not having resistance, not having better health, because it has a couple attachments like this thing here, which makes me a little bit weaker. 20% maximum life reduced, and then 30% reduced global defenses, but it gives me 32% of my damage as extra chaos damage. So this little ring gives me a pretty big damage boost on its own, compared to having other items in that place. So it is somewhat kind of worth the sacrifice, at least for me, to do that, because I can have a huge damage output, but not everybody's probably going to be able to find a ring like that. So it's made it a little bit easier for me to farm some higher level areas early on, but once I got to certain areas where the boss might have too much health and I wasn't casting enough mana, I would end up dying or just losing, because it's like, man, I can damage him, but I'm going to run out of mana, I'm going to run out of health potions, and I just can't handle what I need to do. But this area is pretty effective, at least for me. If you spend the time just to grind and go through everything, you can get a decent amount of drops. It gets not too bad. Now, I am streaming over on YouTube. I am also streaming over on Twitch, and I'm also streaming on Facebook. If you guys were curious today, you guys can check out either stream. I'm trying to make sure I have the chat open. Sup, Alex? How you doing, man? And I should be able to see all your guys' comments as well, too, if you have any questions. Sup, Andrew? Have I ever considered working in cybersecurity? I have. Back when I was in high school, I was very focused on computers. I learned, well, shit, even before that, maybe in middle school was when I really started getting into computers. I got into Photoshop. I got into website design a little bit, development there, just kind of nerdy stuff. And then I started teaching myself graphics design work, and then I realized I could maybe use that on websites. I started doing form signatures, those little images you would put at the bottom of your form posts. I did a lot of graphic design there, so I learned more about that, and that kind of pushed me more into learning about computers in general. So I got into high school. I got into what was it, A+, let's see, Cisco networking classes. I took Java, introduction to the JavaScript for programming, and then I got into Visual Basic, and then let's see, what else did I learn? I think that was really about it in high school. But I had a good teacher, somebody that was really knowledgeable and very helpful. So I learned all about computer hardware. I learned a little bit about programming. I realized programming wasn't my thing. I don't hate it, but as far as like cybersecurity work and getting into things of that nature, I thought more of doing like networking, maybe more like network administration, something along those lines, because I really didn't want to do a lot of programming, because sitting in an office programming sometimes just doesn't sound super interesting to me. But it's a decent job if you're good at it. There's a lot of courses, boot camps that you could probably take. I don't know what the hiring rate is on those if you just do a boot camp and you get certified. But certifications are probably better than nothing if you don't want to go through and do an actual full computer science course. I believe Harvard also offers their entire computer science course online. Like, you can just go to YouTube and they have their entire lectures that you can follow along and do the coursework. And I don't remember the last time it was updated, but I want to say it was fairly recent. But you could go through there using that as study materials and just self-educate, teach yourself. Also doing boot camps. Boot camps can be, I don't want to say they're like crazy expensive, but they can be. And it just depends on how much, I guess, you want to study and how much you're going to work. I think the hardest part is after you get through like a boot camp and you have, I don't know, 6 to 12 months of that like class, can you get a job? Can you get an entry job? But cybersecurity would pay pretty well, probably anywhere between like 80 to 150K a year, depending on your experience level and if you get hired. And then the more experience you get, obviously you can probably start pushing that a little bit more. But it's probably a little bit of a stressful job too, because you'd always have to stay up to date on everything that's current. And it's, I don't know, it's interesting. It's an interesting field. You know, programming itself, I think right now computer science is having a really hard time hiring people. There's a lot of other countries that kind of farm out high quality applicants that can actually do the work, and they need jobs. So it's really competitive at the moment. But I think it's still possible. I think you're always going to need cybersecurity. I think you're always going to need people that program to some degree. And I don't know about as much as like automation with AI and how things will change. I don't think we're quite there yet. A lot of the AI tools we have right now are more kind of just tools. They can check things for you, but they can't really do everything for you. So you can program a little bit and get some help, but you're still going to need to understand what you're doing in order to fix it or ask the right questions. But as far as career advice, if that's what you're asking, I wouldn't say it's a bad career option. I feel like it would have some job security. But it's really, really hard to say what the next 5-10 years are going to be. All right, let's see if I can keep finding better items, dude. I'm selling you guys this as a good loot spot. But I'm not really getting anything crazy at the moment. But I think that's mostly the game. Also, if you're just looking for experience too to level up a little, this is an effective way to gain experience. That's another thing I forgot to mention. There's a decent amount of monsters here, so you're just killing them as fast as possible. You're kind of pushing through the tighter areas using your bolt, your lightning arrow to proc either your lightning rod or whatever ability you have. It just works really well because everybody's in such a close form area, so it just bounces between everybody, kills everybody, does a little bit of damage a little bit faster than normal. If you're trying to do like open farming areas, sometimes enemies get a little bit spaced. This helps too. And if you're a little bit of a weaker player, you can kind of hang back and just pick people off. Here's another unique one. We got a Regal Orb, another rare item as well. So I'm already up to like 2. And then you can just farm those. You could sell those, whatever you want. We got a accuracy ring. I don't really need that. Got another Regal. I did also find a Divine Orb here yesterday, which is, I think it's like 5 Exalt Orbs or something, essentially. It's like what it's probably worth. Maybe a little more. I'm not sure what the economy is right now. I know that the trading site on this website is also available too. Did I fix and rework my skill tree? That is currently what I'm planning to do. I have like a format for mine. They nerfed the build that I was using like mid-game. There's another option I have. I can do 2 options. I can learn like ball lightning, I think is the other one, but I'd have to make significant changes to my intelligence in order to do that skill. but it's really effective on bosses and can kill. The other one is magnetic salvo, which I think I'm probably going to lean more toward doing that build just to try to get me through the game and finish the campaign. I just have to rework the skill tree a little, but I want to hit a certain level so I have enough skill points to get everything that I want. So I only need about 3 more levels. Maybe I could probably get by with doing it now, but I don't want to go through and spend all my money on re-speccing everything just to have to redo it like an hour later. So I'm going to try to get enough money. That way if I make a mistake and I don't waste everything, I'm just like, oh, I can actually easily fix it. And that's how I found doing these little farm runs made a little bit of a difference for me. So I went from like, I think it was like 90K at the time because I did a little gambling. Now I have 300K in cash, which isn't bad. It's not probably a lot. And once we get late game, you know, I imagine like farming gold is not really a problem. You're just going to get a lot of gold in the end game, and who cares? It's more about having orbs, runes, and everything of that nature. But I just need the money to either find a little bit of gold, not gold, but either gamble, you know, try to get better items that way, or loot better items and also gain experience. So I'm on the second part of this area now too. It's the same thing. You just go from area to area, and for me, I'm gaining experience. I'm also leveling, you know, obviously to get more strength, more scat points, but I'm getting decent loot drops consistently. And for me, I want to like level up, get better gear, and then when you find things like this, it makes all the difference. So 25% movement speed, the 110, 112 to max life really helps. The fire resistance and cold resistance all being almost perfect on there, so it's like 30 plus each. That was a huge find for me because my boots were garbage. Getting, you know, 25% movement speed was good, and I usually what I do is I just identify everything. There's an easier way to do this too. When you get out of this portal, just control. If you're on PC, just hold control and click him. You don't have to click this. It'll just pop up, like it won't even pop that screen up, and it already identifies your items. So as soon as you come here, you'll have everything identified. You can just get rid of it if you don't want to. I also found this belt, which isn't crazy by any means. It has some problems, but it gives me 20 life regeneration per second, which is a pretty high roll. The maximum mana is kind of nice. I wish it had max health on there. I could roll this twice and see if I can get it. That'd be a solid belt for me. Max health, max armor, you know, not max armor, but max health, max mana is something that I want with this build, just because its hit sometimes can take a little bit more mana and you run into problems. I also find a shitload of bows here, so if you're looking for a weapon, you can find decent bows to try to potentially roll and, you know, test your luck on. Uncut skill gems and runes, I find these all the time. Let's see, 24% extra lightning damage, that's interesting. Maximum mana on there. I don't think I need that one. I've also found bows that do like +4 to skills here as well, which I imagine that's more common later on as you level up, but I found a few of those. I'm hoping to find one that's +4 bow skills and it does something like this, because later game, from my understanding, from what I've looked into, you need to have increased physical damage on a bow. You need to have the increased % physical damage. So those first 2 skills are what you want. And then on top of that, what you're going to want is probably attack speed and then maybe plus projectile skills more than anything else. Like those 4 or 5 stats together are going to give you probably the most damage. I don't think you need the accuracy stat. The dexterity is just a bonus, but you really probably don't need that. That dexterity roll really was shitty. Unfortunately, it's a T1, right? So finding bows that can give you the damage that you need to get through either farming higher areas, probably doing the map quest later on, that's another thing. So I think you're going to be held back, or at least I'm going to be held back by 2 things. Either my damage isn't going to be good enough, or my resistance and mana and health isn't going to be good enough to farm effectively. Usually damage is the biggest one. I think players make mistakes on doing too much defense stuff that doesn't really help. I think maybe with energy shield there might be ways around that. Certain builds are probably going to want more energy shield, but for me, you know, it's evasion. You want to have a high evasion score, which I wish I could get mine over 65. It's just finding the right gear in order to replace what I have is a little slow. So getting better chest piece, getting better helmets, getting better, I'd say getting better rings, amulets, things of that nature just take time. Gloves are something I need to upgrade to. My gloves are pretty shit right now. So what I'm looking for on my gloves would be multiple damage multipliers. So if I could get like a physical damage multiplier, a lightning multiplier, and attack speed on the gloves, that's something you would really want. Also resistances. So if I could find something like this, but have the resistances on here, plus the damage, that would be really nice. That one has 18 lightning resist, so it's not bad, but it's not like dual resistances. It doesn't have dual damage. And you can just immediately see like the change on how much better your gear is. Now, I'm probably not like end game by any means. Like, I'm still figuring things out. And it's been a journey, you know, a lot of learning and trying to figure out what optimizes best and figuring out like what gear rolls are better. But I think I have a basic understanding of what to look for and then what to improve on. And I think that's where a lot of players struggle, is they're new to this or they're just inexperienced. They don't really know what the best stats are. So myself being a new player going into this is kind of funny because I try to figure things out the best I can, and then try to help whoever I can give you guys that information. I might get killed here because I'm not paying attention. But again, more rare items, storm runes, a couple blues. I sell the blues. I either craft down the gold items or I just sell them. I should be crafting them down, but if you just want to make cash, just fucking rip them apart. You know, just sell them. Who cares? It's really whatever you need. If you want the mats or the materials in order to craft more things and get more regal orbs, you can easily do that. But let me show you the identify thing. So what you do is you come over here, look at him, hold control on your keyboard, and you click. It opens the menu up, but everything's identified all at once. I don't have to go through and do it myself. It speeds up the process, so I can just go over here, and then it's like, oh, don't need that. Increase mana fire resistance, don't need that. Don't need that. 140 armor, 35 life gain per enemy killed. Those are kind of high rolls. You could roll that into something, but the strength requirement's crazy. I'm not going to use it, so I'm just going to pitch it. This, I don't know why I had that in there. You could take the sockets out of these if you cared. This mace, 22 increased physical damage accuracy. The percentage increase is pretty good, but I don't think I need a mace, so I'm just going to sell it. And again, I make an extra grand. I'll strip these down later once I want to farm more materials. All allies in your presence deal 54% increased damage. Allies in your presence have 26% increased critical damage. Allies in your presence increase 10 per attack speed. That seems kind of cool, actually. I wonder if that's decent. Everyone gets like a huge buff from that. I wonder how high that roll goes. 54? Oh, it's a perfect one. It's 54 for increased damage. 10% for attack speed. That's perfect as well for a tier 2. And then 26 out of 29. 6 out of 8 for strength. I mean, that's decent. I'm sure somebody would probably want that. I also find maps here too, waystones. I find a couple rare ones. Nothing crazy, but I found a few. Let's see. And someone on YouTube commented, you can use orbs to add modifiers on rare gear to sell for more gold. Probably not valuable of your mass selling, but still makes a difference. Yeah. My problem at the moment, and I think a lot of players are experiencing this, is like getting good enough loot to finish the campaign or to level up enough to where you can farm and progress fast enough. So what I end up doing, it's like I need exalted orbs because I'll find things like this, like these boots, for example. When these boots dropped, they had 25% increased movement speed. They had the maximum life on there. And I think they had the evasion rating, I think is what they had when I first found them. I rolled, no, they had movement speed and cold resistance is what they had. And I was like, damn, that's really crazy. So I rolled the fire resistance onto them. I rolled the maximum life onto them. I rolled the dexterity and the evasion is how that went down. But the problem is you're using exalted orbs and you only find so many of those, and I find a ton of items that I want to like craft and make better and gamble on. But the problem for me is it takes hours to find those orbs and you don't really get enough of them. So you either have to find loot to trade for them or you have to just find them, right? So it takes time. And I want to craft and roll everything to get better gear, but I think right now at my current level, it's probably easier just to farm items and hope you get lucky, which is not necessarily easier because that's still going to take a long time. Like, oh, I got to wait till a better item drops before, I have to wait for a rare item to drop that I can actually upgrade. And it's like, well, maybe I could take a base item, use exalted orbs on it, and then make it a little bit faster. But then I got to spend that currency on it, and that currency is kind of hard to come by. Like, you know, taking a white item off the ground and using these on it, you can easily get like a decent roll. Like you see like a white or blue item with one stat and it's perfect. Well, roll it again and you see like, okay, that's not bad. Maybe I should make it into a rare one. But then again, you're getting to that situation where you're using a lot of regal orbs. But regal orbs are interesting because you can at least farm them. But the one after that, you're just kind of like stuck, like it plateaus. And you're just like, man, I can't roll my items because I just don't have enough orbs constantly. And early on, you want to get better gear. And I think it's the easiest way that I've gotten my gear was by rolling, you know, some of the decent things I found on the ground. But it takes so much time to find those orbs. And you just have to get lucky. Now, maybe when you can farm in bigger areas and do mapping, like whatever, maybe you'll find them way more frequently and it's not an issue. Or you'll find better items that you can trade for and just have a steady flow of them. I don't really probably know enough about the game to figure that out yet or be aware of it, but that's kind of how I see it going, is that you'll farm, you'll do maps, and then you'll get better items like the boots that I have, and then you'll just start selling those. Like you'll trade them for orbs, and then you can consistently keep farming, you know, and actually kind of upgrade your gear or gamble, you know, on crafting. But it feels like crafting just tips out at a point. It becomes slower. Because if you can farm quick and fast, I mean, you can increase your drop rates a lot. That's, I think, the goal for everybody, is just to farm as fast and efficiently as possible. But in order to do that, you need to level up, get good gear, so you can clear those areas. And that's kind of the hard part, I think, is initially that starting phase is just really slow. But this is what I've been doing, just to level up a little bit. My leveling kind of plateaued. I'm way too high level to be here, and I just need to go kill the big boss. I probably overstayed my welcome, and I'll push into Act 3 today, too, and finish that up. I was just more worried that it's like, man, if I'm struggling on this boss because my build got nerfed, and I know I'm a little squishy because of the ring, and I didn't have the resistances that I need. Resistances, if you don't know, if I have a boot that gives me fire resistance 30%, it's basically minus 30% damage from whatever they hit me with if it's fire. So if you have 10 fire resistance, it's only blocking 10% of the damage. Not really ideal if a monster is a higher level and just absolutely shitting on you and you're not blocking any damage. So if I had 75 fire resistance on my gear, I blocked 75% of the damage. So my survivability would go up a lot. And I think early on, you know, that's where I struggled. I just didn't have the resistances I needed. And I didn't have the health and the mana, but I've kind of fixed that with some of the gear that I found doing this farm, which is actually really, really helpful for me. And you can pretty much do this anywhere. It's just finding an area that's dense enough to keep repeating. And sometimes it's, you know, it's not the most exciting thing. I mean, you're going to be doing this anyway if you actually want to farm late game. So you might as well get used to it. It's the only way to find gear. So buckle up, I guess. What's up, Tyler? How's the grind? So far, so good. Hoping to find more legendaries today. I found a couple decent items. Really looking for crafting materials and then base items. I'd like to upgrade my bow again if I got really lucky, but there's no way. So I'm hoping I can get a better quiver. I have a decent one. I got the cold damage on there, increased damage bow skills, which is kind of nuts. The increased attack speed helps, but I need physical damage later on, so I'm looking for a physical damage, attack speed quiver, and then maybe plus for bow skills if that's available, or the 30% to skills. I think those are going to be the more desirable traits to get. Anything that increases your damage at a higher percentage, I think, is going to be a massive one. Just getting the luck to get those rolls seems pretty rare. I've seen some pretty sick bows, at least on the trading site, but they're crazy expensive. They're hundreds of orbs that people want for them, and I'm like, well, I ain't buying those. Like, not anytime soon. They're also probably higher level than I can even use at the moment. But you never know. You get lucky, and you find one of those. You either use it yourself, or you trade it, or you sell it. Use it to farm, so that's going to be kind of the goal. I just don't know if I can get there. Love the explanations. Yeah, no worries, man. Enjoy your night. And also, hopefully you enjoy the weekend. I think we're creeping up on it today. And holidays too, just around the corner. Fuck. What am I gonna do then? I gotta go buy Christmas gifts. That's another thing I need to do. I keep finding these crossbows. I find so many of them. I find the crossbows, dual string bows, and a lot of other bows here. Like, I feel like more than normal. Now, I haven't really found a lot of rare bows here, but I find a lot of base weapons. And sometimes the more base weapons you find, or even if they're rare, like magical, like not even rare, just like the blue ones, you're just hoping that you get that crazy stat roll. What's up, Kevin? So like for this bow, when I first got it, it had 130% physical damage. That's all it had. And then the second multiplier I got was the physical damage bonus, the 15 to 30. And I was just like, bro, there's no way like that I rolled that strong of a bow. Now, you can go kill the boss if you want to. I tend to just go back to town. I feel like I'm a little bit too weak to kill him at the moment, but because of my attribute setup and my skill setup, I could probably kill him. But if I fix that later, it'll be really easy to kill him. So what I normally do is I come back to the waypoint, and you're in Act 2 again. You control click this, and then you open a new instance all the way at the beginning. So you run through there, and then you just start it over. And sometimes there's elite mobs right by the front door here, which is kind of nice if you're just farming an elite mob. I don't know if they spawn here all the time, but sometimes they're just like close by. So you can easily kill like an elite mob like right off spawn, and then I guess if you wanted to, you could reset your instance again and come back. But I just cleared the whole level. It doesn't take horribly too long, maybe like 10 minutes, 20 minutes if you're slow. And you go through each map and just kind of count up the loot. Hopefully you'll get better loot than me that last time. But I found multiple legendaries doing this. Found multiple like rares, and then all the runes and all the currency items that you can find too. Plus a little bit of experience, I think. I don't think the experience is that crazy because I'm level 64. So maybe it's 65. When I hit 65, I'll go kill the boss. We'll try to kill him without changing my stats. And then when I get into Act 3, I'll probably have to sit down and upgrade my skill tree a little bit to reflect my skills. I'm just not sure which way to go since they patched the build I was currently on. I think lightning rod still works, and then your lightning arrow works as well. But finding out like another way to kill bosses effectively, I think lightning salvo will probably be the option. Lightning salvo does this. It just procs everything on the ground. So if you have a lot of lightning rods here, you charge this up and you shoot it into that. It goes wherever the rods are. So you can spam damage, but you need attack speed to do it well because it's a very slow skill. But you can adjust that on the skill tree. You can adjust that with your equipment too. So if you have fast skill tree, you can kind of spam it, and it does a decent amount. So it can wave clear pretty well if you actually. But the only downside is sometimes you'll sit here like that and you get hit. So you probably want to clear that out first. But it's more for bosses for me, in my opinion. Your wave clear really is going to be your lightning arrow and your lightning rod as a combination. It still does pretty well. Like just getting rid of the trash mobs and just trying to be effective doing that. But who knows? We'll see. There's an elite mob over there too. I think I might have killed it actually. Oh, maybe not. But I usually just pick up everything because it's free money. I mean, if you're going to take the time to be here, you might as well sell it all. Like, what else you got to do if you're going to be farming gear? Yeah. Alright, let's go sell this. Identify everything, and then creep back over here. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. No. No. I'm looking for health on gear. Mana. I'm also looking to increase, like this one, for example, is not a bad chest piece. The spirit roll I don't need, but the increased invasion rating is good. The maximum life roll on that's pretty high. I think it's 75 out of 85. Oh no, it's 92 because I have the extra. Yeah. Wait, why is it 92? Oh, because it rolled twice. That's why. So it got 75 the second time, and it got 17 out of 19 on the first one. So that's actually a pretty solid one. But max life, max mana, resistances, that's kind of where I'm at right now. I might roll that one again to see if I can get the resistances on it as a bonus. But I gotta waste Exalt Orbs on there. And it's like, should I waste it on that? Or should I use it on something else? And that's the thing. So I'm trying to farm those two so I have more just to progress everything and hope. But that's the downside when you craft. It's like, hey, that's a decent item. Is it worth putting those orbs on there and hoping you roll the stats that you want, like max mana, higher resistances? Or do you want to just go find a better item with better base stats before you do that and do it again? But having that max life on there is pretty solid. The max mana, I think there's resistance on there for something. But getting another resistance like plus 30 would be really good. I could also socket it and put more runes in there too. And kind of upgrade my stats that way. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, somebody did something. Matt, thanks again for the 310 stars. Appreciate it, man. It'll probably pop up another alert here too on the screen. Appreciate you, man. Hope your day's going well. It's only like 6 a.m., so it's a good start. It's early. Thank you. There we go. There's the other alert. The Facebook alert comes first, and that shit's loud. I always forget I need to mute it. If this guy doesn't kill me, I could probably go change it. I don't get star donations too much anymore, so when they do happen, I am appreciative. So thank you, Matt. Just getting the day started. Yeah, I figured. Oh, another rare item. I found a legendary staff too. I don't know. Last time I was here, that kind of reminded me of it, and it seemed kind of worthless. I was like, I don't really think that's a good item, but they do exist. I'm still waiting for my legendary bow to drop. There's an elite mob here. We'll just kite them all back. There's two actually in that pile. I'm trying to see how much damage that does. I'm kind of curious. I don't have the stats for it. A couple more rare items here. Regal Drube, Oral, Craft, more blue items. Not bad. That's why I found like more items here than I found in other places, so that's why I farm this. It seems to be a lot more consistent on getting rare items. I don't know if they updated the drops again. I know they did like a few days ago. I don't think they did though, because there's a lot of times I'm in here too and I still get hosed. But it's been really consistent for me as far as getting multiple rare items on each run, and then a lot of crafting material, like a lot. But it's all RNG. You just got to get lucky. Actually, what was that? Lightning damage. Oh, that's a crossbow. 17 to 21 physical damage. Adds 13 to 18 fire. Attack speed's higher on the quarterstaff. I don't think that's actually a bad staff. T4, T3, T1, T4, T3. But half of these things I'm not going to use because I'm not a wizard. I'm not a monk. Whatever I should say. 52% increased physical. I don't know what stats to look for on these. I know that physical one's probably a decent one. It's kind of a low roll, but it's probably one that you would want. This one would be interesting. Lesser Jewel Orb, we'll stick that over there for now. We'll go right back in there and finish up that mob. But that's the idea. Just go through this grinding and farming as much as you can. Uh-oh. I need to to fix this because I'm not recording. Now we're recording. Fixed it. I'm not sure what other farming routes people are using, honestly. This one I just kind of found myself. I haven't seen anyone else do it. Haven't really been looking. I'm sure somebody's figured this out besides me. I think it's just a good location because everything's so close together and you can kind of go through 2 sections with elite mobs. And it's kind of quick. I think that's the other bonus, right? Like, it's a very narrow area. So if you have a lot of spells or things that cover like a big AoE area, everyone's kind of stuck together, so it kind of works. Also, if you're a lower skilled player who has less damage, you can kind of kite enemies back on these platforms and keep them grouped and then just shoot into them and just let your skills do the work. I used to do that a lot in Diablo, where it was just like I was under leveled, so I just kind of sit back a little and just kind of back off and just keep picking people away. You can also cheese it a bit too. Like if they're sitting on other platforms, you can sit back here and just get a lot more distance between you and them and like kind of start shooting like over here. Some areas will let you shoot over the corners, and then you can damage them from really far away. It's not super effective, but it can work. Oh, there's an emerald. Ooh, it's a gold emerald. I haven't found one of those yet. 5% increase flask duration, 7% increase accuracy, 19% increase freeze buildup with quarterstaves. I don't know how emeralds and gems work. I have an idea, like reading those stats, but I don't know what to look out for yet because I've only found like 4 of them. And they're all like really, really, really weak. But that's the first gold one I found. But that's why I like the spot, man. I'm finding new things that I never found before. Now, once I do the mapping stuff and get into that, I'm sure it'll blow my mind and I'll find better gear. But I think for early on, if you're struggling with the campaign and you get to this spot, I mean, might as well farm it. You can do it in Act 1. I mean, like through your first playthrough, if you make it here, and then you can do it in, you know, Act 2 again when you level up a bit more too. That's kind of a bonus. Couple charm drops or more orbs. I also changed my screen to have the loot filter on. I probably need to get a different one, but this one's been working so far. Kind of makes it nicer to see things that are dropping on the ground, and then you don't. But I'm not sure what the best loot filter is currently. It's so early on. A lot of people aren't. I don't think there's too many that exist right now. There's a few though. I see a couple other streamers that run them. More orbs. Other elite mobs, or try to group everybody here. More behind me, another one. That's why I mean there's just enough of these guys around that potentially have higher drop rates. And they're all compact, like they're close to each other, so it makes it a lot more fun. There's another one here. The drops on this one haven't been that great there, but out of this set of guys, but sometimes it's not always great. But you never know. Almost halfway to that level too. It's gonna take a while to level up. Should be a couple elite mobs here. He drains mana, so I want to sit back a little. Sometimes I can position her in the way, and then I can just like sit back and just deal damage, and I don't have to worry about it. Another map, more gold items. We'll come back for that. How's my morning going, David? So far, so good. We're just trying to farm levels and gear at the moment. Trying to get ready for Act 3. I think once I get in Act 3, I'm obviously going to find better items too. And I'll find ways to get upgrades as well, but we'll get there. I'm just going to sell those. 35 resistance, 56 evasion rating. I could roll that and see if I get maybe damage and resistance on that. What's this charm do? Grants immunity to freeze. I could sell it or keep it. I don't really know. Don't need that. Don't need that. 96 to maximum life. That's a pretty good roll. You could maybe turn that into something. This has perfect fire resistance. And the evasion rating's kind of a bonus. So it's kind of like something I found last time. So 30 fire resistance, and they're on gloves. So you could maybe just do this and see what you get. So 9 to maximum life. I got a T1 roll on that one. In my opinion, I'd trash this. I wouldn't keep it. You know, the max life is great. The increased rating, the fire resistance, cool, but there's no damage on it. There's no, you know, if that rolled like 50 plus max life or something, then it would make sense to keep it, in my opinion. But with that, I don't think there's any reason to. And then you just waste more orbs. You know, those regal orbs are easier to come by. You know, if you're farming and you're getting a shitload of them, it's not a big deal. And you get an option to see what you can maybe get, but there's no reason to go any further with that one. But that's just the idea, just how to get better items right there. Like, you get a decent drop, you recognize it, you're like, okay, this has potential. I mean, the evasion rating being on there is kind of dog shit just by itself, but it helps. But the resistance was more what I'm interested in. It's like, hey, if it has resistance on there, and I could roll a damage multiplier, and then I also have the bonus for the evasion, that's kind of nice. Maybe it could become something nice later on, you know, 4 or 5 rolls in. So that's what I was hoping for. I get another elite mob. Ah, there he is. There's just so many here. You get more orbs. More blues. Minions over there too. Another one as well. And he didn't drop much, but he dropped gold. I mean, that's okay. Another base bow. I mean, if you really want to farm, like, base items, you can, too. You can always just roll those base items and see if you get lucky, at least on the start. Since I find so many here, I've thought about doing it. Just turn them all into, like, blue items. Go, like, upgrade them to magic. See if I can get one with, like, 200+ % physical damage, like, percentage increase or something. But that takes time. And I don't know if I want to waste all the resources on it. So I'm just hoping a better bow drops on its own, and then I don't have to upgrade that like that. But that's how my other bow started originally, was it had that high multiplier, and then it just increases your odds. You know, once you get that one good stat, you're like, okay, let's hope for the best. I'll put those there. I could put the maps back in the stash. My stash is a hot mess right now. I usually just dump everything in here. Like this tab, I just throw jewels, everything in there that I don't want to, like, hold on to me at the moment. Clean out a little bit of space. And then I'm going to come back and sort all this too. That emerald is interesting. 'Cause here's the other one. And then there's the other one that I found. So this one, 13% increased chance to shock. 9% accuracy rating with bows. I thought it said with the boys. I was like, damn, that's crazy. 5% increased blast effect duration, 7% increased accuracy rating, and then 19% freeze buildup with quarterstaffs. I guess if you're using a quarterstaff and you do cold, you might want that. But I don't know about gems as far as, like, increased damage go. I imagine they do exist. I just feel like they're higher level items because I don't really see very many gems. So getting a good roll on them is probably going to be, you know, going to make all the difference, like every other stat in this game. There's just a lot I don't know yet because I haven't played Path of Exile. I played a lot of Diablo, so that's where a lot of my stat references come from. I just kind of have an idea of, like, what you would want, but I don't know what the capacities are with this game. So it's like, can, you know, boots roll more than 30% fire, you know, like 30% fire resistance, or is that where it caps out at, like, every level? You know, things of that nature I'm still figuring out. Or can you get, like, a boot with 45% or something weird? I feel like 30 is the cap. Let's actually look. Tier 1. Fire resistance on there is tier 5. I don't know if it goes up to tier 8 or maybe resistances stop at tier 5. Because I feel like they don't want to give you too much resistances. That way it doesn't make the game too easy. And I know 75 is going to be your cap for your character to begin with. And I know we're going to have to get chaos resistance at some point too. Not sure how I'm going to do that. Maybe a ring or something. Or I guess you could maybe roll gear and get really lucky with like maybe something like plus all resistances. That would be a big one. But progress is progress. That's the way I have to look at this too. It's like if I get mad because I can't beat an area or something, it's like, okay, well, what do I need to do in order to do it? It's like, well, you got to level up or get better loot, fix that problem and solve it. So what's the easiest way to do that? And it's just a grindy game, right? And it's going to get more grindy too with things get harder as well in the mapping system. Once we start doing those levels. That'll get a little crazy too. And all the gear that I have now is going to be kind of worthless. Like, it won't necessarily be worthless, but it'll be worth less. And I'll get better gear and better loot. And then at a point, I'm going to reach where I can't really get the best. I can't get much improvements very quickly because it's harder to find the loot that I would need. Because my stats would be too good. And at that point, then maybe you start a new character and do it all over again. And do a different build. I'm still not sure what the best quiver is right now. I've seen some that do like 100% pierce chance. I feel like that could be kind of good for certain builds. But I don't know if... I feel like the physical multiplier, if you could find that, would be better. And then a couple attack speed attachments on there too would be nice. Physical damage too. Seems like the game is very dependent on physical damage. Oh fuck, I might die right here. I got stuck and I couldn't roll. They did fix movement a little bit, so you can roll in between enemies. Did I get banned off Call of Duty for cheating? No. Why would I get banned for cheating, dude? I've been playing Call of Duty for 15 years, maybe longer. I've never been banned. I just don't want to play it. Like, you play it for 15 years and tell me you want to keep playing Call of Duty. Crazy. Life regen, 47% armor. No, don't need that, don't need that. Oh, I picked up a lot of basic items on accident. Kind of a rough run right there. But it's time to go do it again. So we'll skip over here. Go here, start a new instance, and run through it again. I think when I hit level 65, or, well, maybe. I don't know, it would take a while to hit 65. There's a decent amount of gold chests here as well too. I don't really get anything usually out of the chests, but that sometimes isn't always true. I pulled a regal shard. Why can't I attack? was wondering where I went. I just haven't streamed because I didn't want to. I've been just taking a break, honestly. I streamed every day for like 6 years when I was on Facebook as a full-time partner, and I just got burnt out. I don't want to play Call of Duty 8 hours a day every day, so I said fuck that, and I fucked off for a bit. Now, I did play Call of Duty, let's see, was it like a week or two ago? I played Black Ops 6 a bit. I'm not really into Warzone at the moment. Maybe at some point I might play it. I'm looking at more like games like Tarkov or Delta Force, but I mean, I'll probably do some Call of Duty stuff still. It's just I don't know when I want to, or even if that's the case. I'll probably maybe make video content instead if I actually feel motivated to sit down and actually do video content, which I need to. But as far as playing Warzone, yeah, I'd rather not. I think I'm just done, honestly. The state that the game's in, I don't really feel like I get anything out of it. You know, I can make my channel more successful, I can make more money playing it, but I just don't care. I just don't. So that's what I've been doing for 2 years, is just not caring. This game came out though. I like this. I wish I could play this full time. It's not for everybody by any means. I'm also not that good at it. Back to work. Merry Christmas, Matt. Thanks again for the stars, by the way. I appreciate it. You know, next time you come in the chat though, like, not Matt, sorry, but next time, like, maybe instead of asking if I got banned, just be like, hey dude, where have you been? Like, like, maybe start there. Otherwise, it's like I feel like I gotta like fight somebody. Like, goddamn. Happy holidays, dude. By the way, I just realized you said Merry Christmas. I also think that's another reason, like, I don't like Call of Duty is the audience. Because it's always, oh, you got banned for cheating? Are you hacking? Are you hacking? Why aren't you doing this? Show your screen. Like, and it just gets fucking exhausting. Sup, Dustin? How have you been? I've been good. So far. Ooh, advanced bow. What are we gonna roll on that one, boys? Is this gonna be a game breaker? No. No, it's not. Ah. That's 13 to 21 cold damage, 22% increased elemental damage. Those are low rolls. The dexterity is a low roll. I mean, the cold damage is a higher one, but yeah. Everything else is like T1, T2. Boo. That's the first rare bow we found today. But it wasn't anything great. No physical damage roll, no physical damage on itself, or percent to physical, no attack speed. So that one's going right in the junk drawer. Oh, there's another elite mob up there, I think. Or maybe it's just the leftover minions? Yeah, probably. Alright, let's go sell this stuff real quick. I wish my fucking ears didn't hurt, dude. I think from playing the last couple days, taking my headset in and out, my ears hurt. They're getting sore, and then it, like, sucks. Chaos resistance. 13 out of 7. And I rolled 11. I mean, that's not bad, but not perfect. Sorry, didn't mean it. Yeah, I understand, man. It's just, I don't know. I just get it a lot, so it is sometimes kind of salty. I'm just like, oh, like, fuck. No, but thank you for the stars. You didn't have to send them, dude. Thank you again for the 290. I do appreciate it. But hopefully you've been good. I know the holidays are coming up. And then, Hank, I'm trying to think of what else is going on, really. I can't believe it's already December. Like, holy shit. I need time to slow down. It's been like it just goes. I'm getting too old, and it's just like faster and faster and faster and faster, and I'm like, what's happening? Yeah, I used to be like playing video games in my parents' basement. Like, what happened? Man, almost got an extra level here. I think I'm a little high level. I might have to go beat the boss this time and then get into Act 3. I think that's probably what I'm going to do to progress the story. I just don't know if this build's going to be able to kill the boss right now. I think it can. It's going to be a little bit harder of a fight, though. I also need to adjust my skill gems. I think if I do magnetic salvo, I'm not sure what I'm going to put on there, though. I got to look at the skill tree, and that's going to be it. That's going to be complicated. I'm going to have to go steal a build from somebody and maybe try to copy what they did on it and see if that works. I think it should. It's like the only thing that hasn't been patched outside of the... this build was really good originally, and then they nerfed it because it would delete monsters like in seconds. Like your bosses, you'd see them, you'd look at them, and their health bar just goes gone, and it would literally kill it in seconds. I should have abused it longer and then got through the campaign. That's what I said. We suffer from the same ADHD. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. ADHD sucks. I've always been talking about it. I had a long conversation with another friend who also has it recently, like last night. Oh, wait, hold on. Why is this? They're all alive. Give me one moment. I gotta fix that. Oh, it never reset that one. Let's do a new instance there. Don't let the fucks win. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. I mean, I recognize your last name, too. And I was just like, wait a minute. I know this guy. Like, usually when people ask, like, if I'm banned, I can't tell if they're joking or sometimes serious. Like, the last few people have been more serious, and it's like, not this again. Like, like, I hate it. But I don't know. That's why I think another reason I just don't like COD half the time. I mean, I look at, like, COD in my timeline, and the guys just don't look like they're having fun anymore. It's always... accusations still, more of them, people complaining about the stats of the game, people complaining about the current state, the anti-cheat, they're complaining about the patches, the weapons, the game itself. It's just, I don't see anything really positive coming from the Call of Duty scene, and I think for me, mentally, I'm like, I don't really want to play that. I also don't feel like it's as rewarding anymore. Like, it was fun, like playing Warzone, like the original one. I think that was unique in some ways, and ever since then, I think the builds got a little bit more annoying. You know, the recoil mechanic. They did upgrade the recoil recently, which made it a lot better, where your gun would bounce like this if that was your scope, and it would like kind of like jiggle a bit as you're shooting. Now it sits like more center, and it's like more predictable. Like, so it goes with the gun instead of against the gun. And man, I can't believe the night and day difference that they uploaded on that. That made it look more enjoyable from a perspective of, hey, maybe I could play it again and maybe actually like it. But even then, it's like, man, Call of Duty has that problem where, hey, they fixed all this shit and then they're going to ruin it again because the next game came out, and not like every year they put out a new game. So, oh, we fixed it 6 months in, 9 months in. 3 months from now, we're going to be playing another Call of Duty. And it's just like, can't wait for it to be broken again. I think they just swapped the devs too much, and then they have to rebuild everything from scratch and start over and put out the same updates, the same patches to fix what they broke. They don't really keep it the same, which is really, 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 really annoying. Hey, is that another tower shield? That's a legendary. Yay, it's the same one I found earlier. I found 3 of these. Ooh, I wonder, can I like put those in the forge? Can I do that with legendary items? 61% armor, 11 strength, 30 reduced stun. Boo. I found 3 of these shields, dude. 3 of them. I think it's the same one. Let me go check. It's not fun anymore, but it did get me through COVID. Yeah, that's fair. And I mean, that's also what gaming's about, though. I think the idea is like you want to. I've always looked at it like, for me, from entertainment, it was always like, what can I play where I'm somewhat mentally cool with playing it and I'm having a good time? It's entertaining. And then at the same time, I can make enough money to pay my bills, right? That was another thing as a full-time streamer. But I looked at it also like, what can I play that I enjoy? And if you're playing with other people and you're enjoying it, yeah, absolutely keep doing that. But I think it's just crazy that the game is sometimes just meh. Now, what happens if I put... Can I even put these in here? I can. Like, how do I have 3 of the same shield? Now, can this work? Oh, it does work. And it's going to give me 1 of the same shield. I just wanted to know. I don't really care about the shield. The stats are better. No, they're not. They're not. So I guess you can put 3 of the same shield in there. That's funny. So I turned 3 legendaries into 1. Nice. Nice. I salvaged that. Oh, I gotta like maybe break it down over here. Can I disenchant it? Yeah, you get Orbs of Chance if you do that, and that's another orb. Orbs of Chance, I think it's like a 1 in 4 or something. I think no, maybe it's better than that. But yeah, these ones. I don't think I've found an Orb of Chance yet. Isn't the Orb of Chance like a item that if you use the orb on it, it can upgrade the item or it just deletes it? Like it's one or the other? I can't believe I found 3 of those, dude. I had a feeling that since it's a base level rarity item, that it's just going to give you the same thing. I need another advanced dual string, and I'm going to try to do it with that. This is a dual string bow, but it's not an advanced one. So it won't let me reforge it. If it said advanced dual string, I could. I don't know about the sockets, though. I don't think that'll matter. They're both base white items. So I just need another dual string bow. You gonna get back on StarCraft? Good luck, man. Ah, man, I missed that game, too. I missed the custom maps, like, from the original StarCraft. And StarCraft 2. I mean, I played StarCraft 2 a lot. StarCraft, Warcraft 3. What a time to be alive. Like peak Blizzard games plus Diablo. Oh. I loved it. I can't believe it gave me 1. I didn't know if that would work. I was like, I know it's going to give me a shield back. Is it going to give me the same shield because it's the same item? And there's only 1 legendary shield like that, from my understanding. I thought it might just give me a different shield, like a random shield too, but hey, now we know. I just thought it'd be funny to do it with a legendary. I doubt anyone's done that yet, because who finds 3 of the same legendary item? Me. Me. I do. And it sucks, because I want to find other ones, but I keep finding that goddamn shield. I get really excited. I'm like, oh, sweet, legendary. And I'm like, ah, fuck, it's a large shield. Like, as soon as I see it. Another Regal. I guess breaking down legendaries that you don't use to get those chance things would make sense, too. And then use those chance orbs to get something else. I need to look at what chance orbs actually do. I'm pretty sure it gives you an upgraded item or it deletes your item. Isn't it a chance of getting a legendary, or is it something different? I don't think it'd be a legendary because that sounds kind of excessive. Well, you'd have to find 10 legendaries to even get the shards to begin with, so maybe not. I've also noticed all the legendary items are not what I expected. They're like, ooh, it's really good stats, and then they have like a super bad negative trade-off. Like, they didn't just give you good items, it looks like. It's like they try to make it balanced by giving you a negative instead of just giving you like super powerful items. But I haven't also looked at all of them yet, so I don't know. There's probably a few that are decent. But it seems like legendary items aren't even that special anymore. And it's like, well, it seems like you just want rare items with better stats instead. But maybe there's like one specific legendary item you want on your build, and that's like the best one to get for whatever you're doing. And then the rest are all going to be rare items that are just maximum stats. But I could be wrong. Because right now I'm using a ring that gives me like crazy high damage. But it also makes me more vulnerable. Got another orb too. I need that extra bow here. I want to roll those 3 bows and see what it gives me. Oh, I might die. Yeah, I rolled right into it. Fuck. Oops. Ouch, dude. Oh, why that hurts so much. Now they respawned. I have to go all the way over there? Damn. Guess I'll kill everything again. Oh no, he's right there. Not great. Although, sometimes gloves do have good stats. 15 rarity. It's not 20, but it's maxed for level 2. The Artificer's Orb's good too. I could put sockets and things. I have to go sell everything. Oh, there's a guy right there. Hey, why is there a minion here? Okay, are they all dead? That'd be nice. Nope, they're not dead. Where'd they keep coming from? Wait, what? Oh, he's further up. He's reviving them, I think. I'm gonna back up for a second. Wait, what? They get revived instantly. Is that normal? There it is. She can revive from down here? Now she can't revive him. That's crazy. She's like halfway across the map reviving her friends. I didn't know that's how that worked. No, it's good to know.
No need to rush.
I think we're almost up 100 grand. Get rid of those little baby items for now. I mean, I'll be able to push through probably Act 3 today too. That'd be a good goal to have. And then I don't know what I'm gonna do after. I gotta rebuild everything. I still gotta do that now. That is sapphire. That's another gem I found. I wonder if it's a gold one. Or is it a sapphire ring? I don't know, it's a charm. I couldn't read. No gold items though. This one's rough. And sometimes you get good luck, sometimes you don't. There's a gold chest over there, maybe. Nah, just a fireplace. All right, 3 more legendary items. More runes. Might be another boss up here too. There should be. Ooh, a little more damage. A greater jewel orb. Those are good. Gives me more slot skills on my build. I can go up to 4, I think. So finding those are kind of nice. Especially when I'm trying to level up. My question is, do I have enough damage on here to kill the boss? Might try. I just don't know if my current build, like how it's set up. I think I need to change a couple of the attributes on there, but I think I might be able to do it. I'm gonna go sell the items and we'll try it. We'll see. I think I'm gonna get shut down. I've almost killed him with my old build before I updated anything. It was like really bad, like, but I still got him like more than halfway, and it's like, oh, maybe this slight change that I made might work, and I should be okay. But with the last patch to the current build that I'm running, it's kind of disappointing. So we'll see. Is there anything I can learn here that'll give me a boost while I'm at it? Because I'm going to rebuild this and probably go out somewhere over here, I think. And then this looks right-ish. Oh, I need to learn this one. That gives me 3% more damage, technically. And then I need to learn this. 1, 2, 3. 3% attack speed, 8% chance to blind enemies on attacks, and then 10 to 15 blind, and then also attack speed. Attack speed's really important. More damage, more damage, more damage, more damage, you know. And then I also have some stats that give me damage against bosses, I think, too, as well. So we'll see. I don't know. He'll probably kill me in like 1 hit or 2 hits. I think my health and resistances are still a little low. And I'm also wondering how magnetic salvo is going to work. I don't have any gem skills in there, which I should put one in there. I think I can get 40% more damage if I do. I fucked that up. Actually, I'm a lot stronger, actually. Yeah, I don't think magnetic salvo with my current build is going to be the answer. No, don't stand outside the... Ah, I fucking accidentally rolled, dude. Yeah, I can beat him easily, I think. I just can't get hit by his big sword on the second time. But my damage looks pretty okay. Where's the thing? That shit's so annoying.
We're running out of time. End this. What are you doing?
What does it look like I'm doing? He'll fuck up the platform here, and we'll go off into the second spot. This spot, it's kind of interesting. You should bring out a big ass sword here. I think that can kill me in one hit if I'm not smart enough about dodging it. Oh, don't stand in there. Yep, that's what I'm worried about. I need to adjust my build so I can do more damage, because otherwise I'm just going to have to play the dodge game with him, and then I can't really kill him. Let's go look at this build. I'm going to probably copy Mox's old build, maybe. Unless he's got a new one, but I don't know if I want to do cast on shock, because that would really change my build. Like, really bad. I don't really want to do that. Okay. We'll probably keep magnetic salvo. I'm just going to have to do some leveling. Let me see here. I should have enough gems to do the skills that I need for it. Yeah, I should have enough. Okay. Now what does he use? What did he use at this point in time?
The build is normal, and then every 10 seconds you're casting this, and that feels really good. And then once you get into the end game, you can kind of start pivoting to using this more as
Magnified effect. Yeah, 44% increased area. I already have that one. That's probably on lightning rod.
as our main DPS damage rather than.
I'm gonna have to do lightning rod different too. I'd probably put, I don't know, fork maybe on this one, and instead of pierce.
Like lightning rod, lightning arrow combo, and so I just kind of wanted to point that out before we get.
What about lightning exposure? Supports any skill that hits causing to deal less damage, but inflict lightning exposure when it shocks an enemy. Yep.
Get into this. All right, now let's go over our gem setup. So on lightning arrow,
Yeah, he does have fork. This will help quite a bit, actually. Am I high enough level? Yeah, I think I am.
obviously, when you're like starting out, we use pierce. You can use chain as well. I think later on, fork actually will end up working out the best, but it is kind of like personal preference. This just means that our lightning arrows will fork and hit multiple enemies after it hits the first one. It does deal less damage, but it should be proccing more lightning rods because we're going to get more.
Innervate. What's that one?
arrows from that. We also can use Innervate on this now, so that when we do kill an enemy, we get 35% more of our damage as light.
Oh, that makes sense.
Lightning damage, which is awesome.
I probably
And then
keep
I've also
tempo
got
on there.
mobility on this.
Oh, mobility. I don't have mobility. I don't think I need mobility though, because I don't want to learn mobility and waste that skill point. I need to look at what's on magnetic salvo real quick. I might have fucked that up. Oh, that's why I had magnified effect on there. That's right.
Rain of Arrows. Rain of Arrows is now kind of a utility skill for us. So the big thing with Magnetic Salvo is that we a lot of take much damage, and so we to like build up our kind of utility skill that you can just kind of like throw a ton of CC. It's gonna have pin support, so now it'll root enemies in place, and
I don't know what that one is. Wait. What? Where did I equip it?
it'll slow them. So if they're not rooted, they're slowed. And this is a bunch of like survivability because we can kite enemies better with this. Then we've got Stormcaller's Arrow. I keep getting asked like, oh, like why are we using Stormcallers? This is a damage utility skill for us. Now we've got a few things. And we've got of this, so we're gonna deal.
I need another skill point for that. I need another number level 3.
More damage to enemies that get hit by this. We've also got coursing. It has a chance at lightning. This skill, for instance, you Stormcallers have a no shock. I'm marked down tanky or curse. It takes like damage, and know that once you go is our big damage skill. I know the DP. Magnetic Salvo is our.
I should have kept my other ones.
Big damage skill. I know the DPS here looks a little underwhelming, but when you go to the explosion, you can see that we are got like 2,500 damage per second, and that is if it's hitting like one rod, it's hitting a ton of rods to do massive explosion damage. So we're going to be putting all of our big damage mods on this. We've got Elemental Focus for more elemental damage, but we can inflict ailments. Magnified Effect for 40% more area of effect. This helps use it as a mobbing setup, but it also gives it more like shotgun potential.
I don't know if I have Primal Armament. I think I'm using it somewhere else. And then I'm going to use whatever he had on Lightning Rod. I need to get another level 3. Actually, I might have one in the inventory somewhere. Oops. I mean, I might not need it, but it would be nice to have. No, I do not have another. Well, maybe. Hold on. I do. What's the last one we got rocking in here?
Skills on it. We've still got scatter shot, but we also are.
Martial Temple. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I think that could work. It should upgrade my damage a little with this build. I don't know how it's going to play, though. I feel like I'm going to be a shitter for a bit. Man, I really burned through the skill gems there. Oh, well. More farming later. We'll figure it out. It's going to change my build a lot. But it should still... I don't know. I need to do the attributes too, but I think I can. Maybe? We'll see. What's up, Ryan? How you doing? Perfect. Some background noise? Thanks, man. Hope you enjoy the streams. Let's see. This might work. I'm surprised I just get stuck on him. Like, I don't understand why, like... I mean, I just don't do any more damage, partly because that other build got fucking destroyed when it came to, yeah, that's doing a lot more damage. But it's not, like, crazy. My other arrow still does good damage, too. My question is, how much can I spam that? And how often can I spam it? Maybe enough. I'm not dodging right now. I'm just seeing my damage. That might work. That might work. I might have to stay further back and then just keep hitting him with it. But yeah, that could work. I can use the arrow to like stun him a little bit. Yeah, I mean it chunks, but it's not like... God, it's not as good as the other build either. God, I hate those things. They do so much damage. No, what are you doing? Oh my god, why does it do that, man? Oh, it's so annoying. I feel like when he puts the shield up, I can't deal as much damage. Yeah, I can't hurt him right now. I'm just surprised he's this hard compared to the other bosses. Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't know if it's my damage, my abilities that are fucked. But all the other guys, like, I've fried, and I had no fucking problems killing. And then this guy, for some reason, my build's just like, nope. Nope. Can't do it. I think I gotta rebuild the skill tree. Or maybe I just need to play it differently and just spam this. Like, I think during the storm, though, like, I can't deal damage to him as much. Like, it just doesn't hit as hard. Maybe the arrows don't reach him for some reason. Maybe because of the wind or some shit. Maybe that's the idea.
We're running out of time. End this. What are you doing? Take this.
Yeah, I can't damage him right there. I think I'm just going to play it different. That's probably my issue, is that I've been not spamming him with the right attack. I got to figure out how this build goes. So you put the arrows out, and then you stun him. Like, well, you don't really stun him. But then you just hit him with that. Spam more arrows, and then hit him again. And then it chunks his health. And then you got to dodge, though. I promise you stand still when you do that, so that's kind of a concern, because he can hit you. But it looks like it does enough damage I could chip him down here. I should probably be able to beat him now that I figured it out. I think I'm just using the build incorrectly. That axe is probably gonna hit me. I got hit. Yeah, fuck. I can kill him. Yeah, now that I know how the build works, it makes more sense. I'm just doing it wrong. But now I'm not doing it wrong. And now I know how to do it. Like, I was focusing too much on using this arrow instead of doing the other attacks, and I just need to spam this. I guess I could also mark him too to get extra damage. And then just boom, and do it that way. Do it again, chunk him again. He'll get stunned here. More damage. Oh fuck. That instantly killed me. Holy shit, I didn't think that would kill me. Fuck, dude, my ear really hurts. Ugh. Might swap to a different headset. What level? Level like 65, but my build's kind of fucked up since they patched everything. Oops. Yeah, level 64. My skill tree needs to be adjusted too. Yeah, my build was so much better before this shit though. Gotta dodge that shit. Oh my god, I didn't realize it was gonna do that. I'm standing too close. I'm being greedy. I'm just trying to skip that animation, trying to get him as fast as I can into that, and then I'm just getting too... I'm just standing there too long, which is kind of a problem. I mean, 70k damage isn't bad. Just a little squishy though. Yeah, he'll stop now, and then he'll do this bullshit. And then I just have to avoid the sword. That's all I gotta do. Am I on cruel? Yeah. It's just weird, because I blew through the entire campaign, and I got to this section, and he just fucking kicks my ass. Like, I think partly it's the build change that I had. I think partly it's the patch that they put on the character. They made him a lot weaker. But yeah, he like absolutely is just shitting on me in terms of damage and one hitting me, which is not great. Oh, that's bad timing. But I think I can actually get him here. Please don't blot out my sun. I need to dodge that. There we go. Jesus. What they ended up doing was they patched Rain of Arrows, essentially. And then the other option is Magnetic Salvo or the Orb build that you can do. But I don't want to rebuild all my intelligence in order to do that. It requires like 100 some intelligence or some fucking crazy number. And it's really, really irritating. So I'm like, well, maybe I should just stick to Magnetic Salvo and just keep doing that and use Lightning Arrow just to get me through Act 3. And then once I get higher level, I can swap over. But yeah, I went through all of Act 1, Act 2, and easily deleted every boss within like minutes. And then this guy was just for some reason just no. Like can't kill him. Going back in, good luck, dude. All that work for like 2 drops. I found more farming the outside area, which is so funny. I mean, I farmed a lot more, but still. I'm enjoying it. It's still fun. It's just gotta level up again and make more, get stronger, I guess. That's just how this game goes. Oh, I need to ID my items, but he's not there. I gotta go up here to do it. I think. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, I gotta go to him. He's over in that encampment. I never killed this guy. I need to go back there and do that. Use the ramp northwest of the caravan midpoint. This one, yeah. This is when the hooded one tells me who he is. This character's pretty crazy looking. I think this one reminds me a lot of the character from Elden Ring, Melania. What's up and check your content? No, I appreciate it. What level are you, by the way, out of curiosity? Oh, he won't ID my items. Boo. Ew, that one's not good. 35? Okay, you got a little ways to go. But, I mean, that's solid, though. That's pretty good. It goes kind of quick. Once you get a decent weapon and you can start farming and go through the axe, yeah, you just level up so fast. Like, I didn't realize I was like level 30 yesterday. So I leveled a lot in a short time frame. I'm gonna sell these actually. Normally I'd break them down, but don't really care. Need to go talk to the girl and then go to Act 3. I wonder how my build's gonna do there with some of those bosses. I'm gonna have to make some adjustments to it. I could also try to do the lightning build, the orb build. I'd have to change a lot. I don't know if I have the resources for that. Maybe. Maybe I could do it. All right, let's go to Act 3. Seeing the doink. Wait, what? Oh, the football thing. Yeah, that shit was nuts. Like, the Kansas City Chiefs can't win a game without making my, like, heart pressure rise. I'm gonna have a fucking heart attack at, like, 30 years old, dude, because they don't know how to kick a ball. Like, or just win a game with, like, two things.
We must go to the ruins of the Vaal Empire in search of a weapon against the coming cataclysm.
Mahomes says that he isn't gonna go hard. Wait, what? Interesting. Now, can I kill everything here? I'm higher level than everything, but for some, I think it's just a build issue that I have right now. Like, my lightning and everything seems to be killing stuff, but the magnetic salvo reliance is, like, all these little trash mobs should be fine. The question is, will it kill the bosses? And I think for some reason that last boss was just a pain in the ass. I'm not gonna have chaos resistance right now. Ooh. They do poison damage here, too. But I am worried about the Act 3 bosses. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to shred them like I did the last ones. Probably not. Have you seen how his fast walk in the field? No? I'm still confused on if I gain the benefits from the weapon in my second weapon slot. The game doesn't explain stuff. I don't believe so. I think it's just like an offhand, so you don't gain those benefits. Like, I don't think they're active when it's in your second slot. I could be wrong, though, but I don't think so, because I feel like if I put a better bow in there, I would have higher damage. But as far as I know, it only accounts, I think, what your primary weapon is. That would be my guess. Is like, why would you get 2 stats from 2 quivers, you know, kind of a situation. And I had the same question as well, because I'm still new to Path of Exile. This is my first one that I played, but I played a lot of Diablo. And the way Diablo worked when I played was that if you had a secondary weapon, you did not get the stats from it. You would have to press like X to swap weapons, and then you could pull out the other one. Then you would get those abilities, but it would be only when that weapon is out. So I'm assuming it's the same here, because otherwise if I had another bow like the one I had, I could double my damage even more, and that's not the case. So I don't think it gives you those benefits, but you can weapon swap to something else mid-fight and then swap back. Like I pulled my hands out here, and then you could switch to something and then use that weapon as another one. But as far as I know, I don't think it counts. Maybe I need to do the other cast on shock build. And cut skill gem. Yeah, I might have to go back to the other build and try to do that other one. I don't know if I can though, because it requires a lot of intelligence, and I don't think my gear gives me intelligence. So I might not be able to use some of the skills. Although, I guess you could use the skill tree to get those skills. It would just be a little expensive to re-spec everything. But I have the money, since I farmed it. We'll see how far I can go without doing it, and then if I get stuck, I'll respec and then do the lightning build with the orbs. I think that might be the better option. You don't only with current equipped, but you can swap by using skills from the tri-weapon. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought too. Yeah, anytime, man. I'm still so new to this game, and I'm still asking questions all the time. Like, I just found a loot farm that I've been doing, you know, that's why I did this stream today, was just to showcase that and level up a little bit to try to help people get better gear. And it worked for me, even at my higher level. I was like, hey, that's actually pretty effective in getting everything that I needed. Because last time I fought that boss, my skills didn't do as much damage. But it was really my health and my resistance and my mana. Like, I just had I didn't have good armor. I didn't have good boots. And then during that farm, I was able to swap those out and get better ones. So I tried to fix those problems, and I knew that the patch kind of fucked up the damage of this character. But it was really like I had a few weak areas on my character to begin with. It's in the upper right corner. Which one? You can also have different skill tree for each equipped set. Oh, really? So if you do two weapons, you can have another one. Oh, that'd be kind of cool. So when you switch weapons, it has a different skill tree. Oh, that's sick. That would be cool. Ah, this looks dangerous. Oh, I thought there was gonna be a boss-like fight here with all this going on. But I guess not. Please tell me I'm not the one that sees him do this fast jog and looks like it. I mean, Mahomes runs pretty quick. When I mean him, a lot of the quarterbacks now I feel like are realizing that instead of just taking the dive, they can win games by running and, you know, getting a touchdown or, you know, getting a first down even. Mahomes kind of started a lot of that shit. I don't know if he really started it, but he was pretty effective at it. So if he can break out of the pocket and actually get over there and, you know, gain that yards, he's going to do it. He's not afraid to run, and sometimes he's not afraid to take a hit either, which is a little concerning because if your quarterback gets fucked, well, then that's not great. But he seems to know what he's doing, and he's done a pretty good job doing that so far. He takes risks when he needs to. I think my big one is like when we watch them play, everyone's like, oh, are they going to win another Super Bowl? And it's like, yeah, maybe. But I've like the last like 5 or 6 games from them have all just been kind of like a 1-possession game. Actually, I think it's more than that. I think it's like 12 games total or something have been a 1-possession game. And they're not dominating. I think that's my best explanation. Like, they're winning, and they're winning a lot, but the scoreboard isn't like a blowout. And it's like, if I see a team that's like winning by 3, 4, 5 possessions against everybody, then it's just like, okay, they're doing something way better. And like, I have way more confidence in that team. But I'm a little hesitant with them because they just barely kind of sneak one out every so often. I'm like, well, that's not the best strategy, because if you're in the 4th quarter and that's when you make all your points and you come back, you know, you didn't have a lot of buffer, so things go wrong. A field goal gets blocked, you lose the game, or you know, do something and you're just not able to get points back on the board because you can't convert. Well, shit, now the game's over. Whereas if you were playing a little bit earlier, playing more aggressive, you're running the points up, you gave yourself a little bit more protection, you could have maybe stopped that game from getting that far. But the one thing I will say is that the Chiefs always do well under pressure. They seem to always do really well 4th quarter, 2nd half, and they can always kind of sneak something in, and they just play a lot better. It's just crazy that they like don't bully that scoreboard harder. Like, like I feel like they would have, and I just don't see them do it. So I wish they did. I wish they had like more scoreboards on there. Like they were like more aggressive, but I really don't see him run that up too much. I'll take the jewel orb. That's fine. Like, I sell this here. The hooded one's back here too. What is this? Increase chaos damage. Mana regeneration? Interesting. And maximum mana. Could be good. Evasion and energy. Don't think I need that. So I do magnetic salvo, or do I do or do I do like shock orb or whatever it's called going forward? That I don't know. Any farming for crafting mats and orbs? So the one that I showed, I'll show it to you real quick. I'll teleport there so you can see it. What I ended up doing, are you in Act 2 by chance? So this is what I showed. I'll go to Act 2 and do it again, but I'll do it in like the easier mode. Since I'm on the harder difficulty in Cruel, what I do is I go here where it has, let's see if I can find it. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I looking for? Why is the map doing? So I do the Dreadnought Vanguard is what I do. So I go to this location and I teleport in. And the reason I do this, you go through here and you land on the Dreadnought. Now I'm a ranger, right? I have this electric skill where I just scatter everything. So I spawn here and I just kill everything in like tight spaces, and I just shoot this shit down the hallways. And when I do this, it's easy for me to kill things quickly here. And it's like close areas, but there's a lot of miniature bosses here, like elite mobs, like the blue ones or the gold ones. So I go through here and I kill everything, and I loot everything, and I sell everything. I find rare items here. I find legendary items here. I find runes here. I find gems here. I find enough rare items that I usually have enough to sell and just like get mats for regal orbs or whatever else you want. You can also just farm the money too. Like, since I lowered the difficulty, the drops aren't going to be as good. Just to show you how quick it is. And then when you get to the second section of this, there's a second like waypoint you walk through. You get right to that boss, that Jamala guy, whatever. You can fight him. If you can kill him, you get extra boss loot. That's fine. I think it just takes too long, so I don't do that fight. I skip it. And then what I do is I just go back to town after I clean all this out. And I'll take all the blues with me. I'll take all the gold items with me, whatever it might be. So I go back to town, sell everything. And the good part here is that if you're in this location, what you can do, when you teleport back in, it's really convenient because the hooded guy's right here. So if you're on PC, you can hold control and click. And when you click him, it will identify your items. Instead of having to do that, you just hold control and click. And I don't have to click it, but everything's identified. So then I just run up to this location. I sell everything to her, whatever I need to do. I craft, throw shit in my bench, my stash. I come back to the waypoint. And when I need to go back, I look at the Dreadnought area, and then I hold control, and I click, and I do a new one. So when I go back, it refreshes that mob, and then I just kill everybody again. So I go through both of these locations because they're this like area here that's like this long, tight, winding path. There's a lot of elite mobs. Sometimes they spawn right by the gate. Like there's a Sapphire Charm there that just dropped. And I'm in normal mode right now. This is the Act 1 normal. And there's an amulet here. But usually I find multiple rares. I find a ton of blues. And I just sell everything. But that's what I ended up doing. And I did that for a while. I ended up getting a decent amount of gold. And I just farm. And it works well because of my ranger build. Everyone's close together. They're stuck on the platforms. So everything just chains. And I think it really works well for my build specifically. If you're a ranger or an element like a sorcerer or something, it helps too. I think it just makes it a lot easier to kill everything. You don't have to worry as much. Everyone's grouped together. They die faster. There's a rare here off that mob. It's socketed too. I'm sure the level of it's going to be pretty trash, but you get the idea. Now, you can either sell the rare items or you can break them down for crafting material. I know that I'm going to respec my character and change my skills. So I just sold everything for cash. You can find a ton of gold here. In the cruel mode, I was finding 300-400 like per kill on everyone that I shot. You know, roughly. So these gold spawns were a lot higher. They were better value. But it just gives you an idea of how this route works. So I go through both of these sections, both of these little train sections, and I go right back to town right before the boss, and I start it all over. Do that for like an hour or two. One, you'll gain a ton of experience. You'll level up a little bit depending on your current level, and then that can also help you too. It'll make you stronger. And then if you find better loot, it'll also make you stronger. You'll get like maybe you'll find a better weapon or something that you're lacking, and that can fix things that you're struggling with. Because that's what I did. I didn't have resistances, and then I found something like this, which is 26 fire resistance, 30 cold, maximum life roll on there, 112, and then 25 movement speed on those boots, and I found those here. So this is just a short thing. I found that gold item. It's probably not going to be anything good because I'm in normal, so it won't work for me. But yeah, Act 2, that's how I ended up doing that, because I got stuck on him in the cruel mode, and I was like, man, it's really odd, because everything I was doing before this, I would kill bosses just so fast. And I know it's because they patched the Raining Arrows build. My damage is also pretty fucking decent on here. So it's like, hey, I should be able, like, I'm almost doing 4K damage. Why am I struggling with this guy? And I think a lot of it was just my overall build was just not great. I didn't have good resistances. I didn't have good stats, so it just made it worse. But usually I just sell everything to the vendor. I'll keep the jewels. The amulet, you could roll this just to see what you get. 20% maximum shield, and that's not terrible. That's actually a maxed one. So 15 intelligence, 20 maximum energy shield. We can do, I think can we do it again? No. Yeah, we can. 12% rate. I mean, so that's how I find basic items. I just roll them with these cheap orbs. And if they get like perfect rolls, then I do it again with like an actual, like one of these. And then I make it a rare item. That's how I got the boots. The boots dropped 25% increased movement speed. And then they had, I think, 30 cold resist on there. And when I rolled them again, I ended up getting the maximum life roll. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, I got maximum life, perfect cold resistance, and perfect movement speed. So I just dumped a bunch of other orbs into it to roll. And then I got fire resistance. And I was like, no way. And then the last one I got was dexterity. So it helped. But yeah, this amulet probably wouldn't actually be that bad. Although the last roll is kind of low, so I don't need it. So I'm just going to pawn it. These, you can take the sockets out if you want that. You can also break it down and get regal orb shards. I'd probably recommend doing that. But even then, it's just, if you want the money to respec your character, just sell it. Like, you can find more rare items anytime, but it really depends on what you're focusing on. Do you want to do a lot of crafting? Do you need a lot of money to get through the game? This ring, 16 chaos damage, and that's interesting. Mana regeneration's kind of... The chaos damage is interesting. That'd be like chaos damage, if you don't know, is like poison damage. So if you have like a bow and you're doing like a poison bow build, that would be a pretty cool ring to throw on there with extra, like a huge 16% increase to damage would be nuts. You need a Deckard Cane. There is one. There is a Deckard Cane. He's over there. He's the hooded one. It's this guy right here. You can identify your items and then you can reset these skills. The problem is when you reset these, you know, it takes $3,000 to do this one skill, and then it takes another $3,000, another $3,000, another $3,000, another $3,000. So you can see that it gets very expensive when I go back and I do 20, 30 of these. It's like, damn, that's fucking pricey. So that's why I farm everything. Also, one thing to try as well for advice for you, check the fucking shop. Every time you level, look through the shop, because you'll find items like this one. I don't know if this is specifically a good item, but you'll go like, oh, this is a blue one, this is a blue one, and then suddenly you'll have a gold item, or you'll have something that might help you. So for example, this bow I found in the shop, and it had 130% increased physical damage. I saw that, and I was like, that's a pretty good bow, because it has physical damage. 130% increase just for physical damage. That's the only stat it had. And then I rolled it, and I got the 15 to 30 physical damage underneath it. And I was like, damn, that's fucking crazy. So I rolled it again. I got the accuracy roll, and I was like, and then after that, I got the dexterity, energy, life, and then finally I hit the skill projectile one, the +1. Not great on those last few, but the damage multiplier from the 130 plus the 15 to 30 is insane. It's like the best thing that you can have on your bow. And then I also put the runes in there to increase the physical damage by 40 more %. So it's 170. And it just increased. But I found that in the shop, right? So always check the shop. Like, there's a lightning thing here. If you need resistance, like, this isn't great. Sometimes I think this ring I found somewhere in the shop, and then I rolled it into what it is now. 100 maximum life, 80 maximum mana, 11 to all my resistances. It gives me an additional 9 to fire and then 9 to chaos. It's not bad. The life per enemy killed sucks. It's just dumb, but everything else on that ring is really solid. So it's really just check the shop for basic things and then roll them if you can. But when you're lower level, you don't need to roll as much. You just might need to find one good weapon, and that'll carry you through the game. If you find something along the lines of a good bow like I had, or a good weapon for whatever character you're doing, it makes a huge difference. Defense is not really as important as damage output, in my opinion, because otherwise you're burned through your mana, you're burned through your health, your shield potions, whatever you're doing, and then you just die anyway. It's like a slow death. So you want to have a high damage output, but you want to have enough life where you just don't get one hit, and then kind of prioritize that. And then if you can, eventually prioritize getting better resistances, more health, more mana. But really, right out the gate, I feel like damage is kind of your priority. But when you're level 30, it's like, well, the same gear at level 30, you're going to be using something different at level 60. But it's gradual. So you'll grab boots, you'll grab gloves, you'll grab rings, amulets, you know, whatever. You'll get a new bow, you'll get a new quiver. It's slow, but it happens a little bit faster than you'll think. And then also, every time you level, those shop vendors reset their inventory. Every single time. So always check the shop. As soon as you level, boom, go back and look. And there's usually 2. You can check each vendor, and they'll drop you usually better stuff. And you'd be surprised how often I found shit in there that got me through a couple of the game areas where I was struggling. You do have to spend some orbs on them, maybe, to make them a little bit better, but if you get a good roll on it, great. I wonder how much damage that's going to do. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's not as good as it was before. No, okay. It's good enough. Question is, can I do that on other bosses? Oh, there's a map. But yeah, I've learned a lot over the last few days. Good luck with your games, man. I think the only thing that's really helped me is I was a Diablo player before this. I played a lot of Diablo 2, some Diablo 3, not a lot of Diablo 4, just a little. But a lot of the mechanics are similar, like stat-wise they're similar. Skills and stuff are different on how they act. That took me a while to figure out a little. Because usually on Diablo I can just like stack one skill and I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I'm just like a fireball sorcerer and just max my damage to fireball. Now with this, it seems like there's more combat. You have to like use multiple skills together and then they layer to deal damage. Like they combine and affect each other. So you're combining everything. Like I'm shooting like my lightning arrow, like lightning rods, then I'm using that to proc the lightning rods. And it sets it off and then does even more damage. But shit like that took me a while to figure out. There's just so much to learn right away. But once it clicks, then you don't really have to, you know, it becomes second nature and you know what to look for. Which is kind of nice. It's just that learning period is kind of rough. Especially low level. Because there's not a lot you can do when you're lower level. This is where I found, I think, one of my first legendaries was over here. Maybe I'll get lucky and do it again. More orbs. My problem is that I'm at a point where a lot of my gear is decent. It can definitely be improved. Like my amulet can be improved, my armor, my gloves, my boots are pretty good. I don't think those are going to change anytime soon. But my gloves need an upgrade. My rings need an upgrade. My amulet needs an upgrade. My quiver maybe needs an upgrade. But the hard part is a lot of the stats on there are really high. Like they're good for what they are. So finding a replacement is harder because I need more things to replace those already higher level stats. So it's like, man, if my stat's an 80 and I need like an 85 to improve it, but I need 3 other stats on there to all match, it's kind of like, well, shit, dude. Like, like how am I going to upgrade that because I can't find a better item? And that's kind of where I'm running into problems, is that it just takes longer to find better gear. So it's harder to get those boosts and damage and upgrades. But you can kill and you can farm still, and that's where you get them from, essentially, is what you're going to be doing. A lot of farming and a lot of grinding.
Treasure hunters. Buzzards picking at the corpse of Rayclast.
I made it here.
I can smell the fear on. Hello there.
What's up, Alva? How you doing?
A bit too friendly.
Somewhere we must do whatever it takes.
I can sell some things here. I'm also going to check the vendors, too. Maybe they have something.
Some pretty things, yes?
70% more recovery if used while on low life. That's interesting. I guess I get to upgrade my mana now. I'm gonna sell this.
I'll take it.
T9? Wait, what? Oh, it's a prefix. It goes up to T9. Grants level 14 freezing shards. Is that good? The maximum mana is crazy. I don't think there's anything on there that matters, though. Well, actually, it's interesting because the maximum mana roll... Oh, it's regen. That's why. It's kind of a good staff.
I'll take it.
I'm gonna sell all this shit anyway. $410 is what that gives me. The gear in this game is awful still. I did great in Act 1. I still have the shit I had in Act 1. Yeah, I got lucky and I found a really good bow. And that shit carried me. Like, this bow is carrying me. I rolled the 130% increased physical damage, and then I rolled... Well, that came with the bow, but I rolled the physical, the 15-30% physical damage. Those two stats on this bow is the only redeeming quality about the bow. The level projectiles, the dexterity, the gain enemy per kill are trash. But the fact it has 170% increased physical damage plus the 30 physical damage on top of it is the only reason this bow is so good. And it makes me do a dumb amount of damage. I want to love this game, but it's just not letting me back. You got to spend more time farming and gear and trying to find gear. I think that's the only way, like, going forward. Now, I'll find bows now that'll have, like, 4 to 5, 56 lightning. That's cool. But I need that physical multiplier, that percentage increase. Otherwise, I won't get a big bonus. I've also found bows that do, like, +4 projectile skills, too. I see those occasionally. But what I really need is probably a better quiver. And I don't know if they're going to have any movement speed. I don't need boots. I need gloves. Gloves, I need to get more damage. So I need another damage multiplier there, plus resistances, and I haven't found those yet, so I'm always checking the shop for that. Is it best just to focus on the physical damage when changing weapons? I would say early on, yeah, because if you get a roll, like, I don't know if I still have another bow example, but if you get another bow that has 2 damage multipliers on it early, you probably just want that. Like, where it's like lightning and fire or something, or even physical damage on there too. That'd be great. But the way physical damage works in the game, you want the stat to be just physical damage. If you can get like a perfect bow, it'd be increased percent to physical damage, increased percent, like adds 15 to 30 as well, or higher. But you really just want those 2 because they work together, and all your skills, I think, convert physical damage to electric damage is how that works. So the higher physical damage you do, the more elemental damage you do is how that works, at least for, I believe, the electric build. So that's why you want more physical there. But early on, you just want more damage. So if one bow gives you 30 cold damage, 30 fire damage, well, yeah, that bow is going to do crazy amounts, so you would want that too. It's really whatever you find and whatever you can use during that time. That's the best way I'd put that. But later, like end game, you're going to want a bow like me, just better, like higher values. I think I've seen upwards of like 200%. And then I've seen something where it's like 60 or 100 physical damage or something crazy. And it's like, oh, but me finding that, like, yeah, probably not. Like, it's going to be very hard to find those. You can maybe trade for them. That's probably your best bet. Like, they do have a trading website on their website right now, like Path of Exile. You can go there and put items up and then trade with people. But it costs like exalted orbs to do it. So if you have exalted orbs and you want a bow that's really good, it could cost you 20 to 100 orbs, and it's like, fuck, I don't know. At level 30, no one's gonna have that. So. But even then, you can buy some cheaper gear, maybe for 2 to 5 orbs, that would get you above what you currently have. It's just knowing what you need is the hard part. I don't think I have a lot of chaos resistance. No, I have a little. Yeah, I got 20. That's actually not bad. I think it's because of the amulet and the all resistance stuff that I have going on right now. I found one gold weapon for Act 1 that it carried me through, but then it just got too weak, and I'm on the hunt for that one weapon. Yeah, so also upgrading your gloves and your rings can give you damage. This ring is a legendary one that I found that's really ridiculous. But if you can get rings that have like plus cold damage, plus electric damage, plus fire damage on there, that can help. It's a good boost. You know, like plus 5 to 10 or something in there, or like 1 to 20. I don't know what it would roll at certain levels. But the higher the better. Sometimes you'll find rings that do 2 stats as well, where it's like physical and cold damage. Like that would be awesome if you found those. The legendary ring I found is lucky. Like, it's kind of a blessing and a curse because it gives me 32% additional damage, which is a huge increase, but it takes my health down by 20%, and then it takes my global defense down by 30%. So it's kind of a sacrifice to do a shitload more damage, which means I'm more squishy, unfortunately. But I do a lot of damage. You need yeah. Boots, you just need movement speed. Movement speed, maximum health, maximum mana, and then resistances. You don't really need anything other than that to survive. And then, trying to think here. Gloves, you could get attack speed on, but you want physical attributes, resistances, mana, and then maybe health on the gloves too, if you can, both. Because you're just going to need that to have more spells, and it just makes it easier so you don't die. But usually prioritizing life and then resistance and then also damage, those are the main ones that you want on your gear, at least early on. So like more damage, maximum life, maximum mana, and then maybe resistances as well, if you can find those. Like resistances are flat curves, so if you have 50% fire resistance and you find an enemy, they'll do 50% less damage. So like that's a huge thing. They just don't hit you as hard. I refuse to get rid of these boots I have, even though I found better boots, because the boots will have no speed. Yeah, and that's the idea. I was the same way until I found these, and then I just had a god roll on the resistance plus the movement speed. Those boots started with the movement speed and the 30 resistance, and then I rolled the rest, and I got really lucky. So I just look for items like that, where it's like, hey, this boot dropped with 25% resistant, like movement speed, and then it had perfect 30 plus resistance, and I was like, that's crazy. If I can get, you know, maybe another resistance on there, or maybe max health, that would be sick. And it rolled literally both. Like, and I was like, oh, like okay. So I got really lucky. But that's all it takes is that one item, and then eventually now I'm stuck with it, because I don't think I'm going to be replacing my boots anytime soon, unless I find something that's just drastically better. But that doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Like, you find an item and it's just too good to replace. But movement speed, you can dodge boss attacks more. You can clear waves faster. It just helps you not die. Like, so movement speed's probably the best thing you can have on your boots. Movement speed, life, resistances, extra mana as a bonus. Ow, why am I stunned? I'm gonna test something. He's gonna kill me. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that attack right there. I wanted to see if I could use it. I wanted to test it, and then it killed me. Oh well. It's no big deal. That's why I don't play hardcore, because I like doing stupid shit. There we go. I can test it on him. That'd be better. Yeah, there we go. So all I gotta do is group them up and just use Magnetic Salvo to clear out the bosses or the minions. The problem is I don't have a crazy amount of attack speed on my bow. I don't have any. So I'm a little slower to pull the bow back. There's a dual string bow here, which is my next upgrade. I want a dual string bow because it has a really unique attachment. This will be something too that you'll probably want if you can find one. So this bow fires an additional arrow. So now that you're firing 2 arrows, you're doing more damage, right? Like, that's a huge buff on its own. So what you want with this is if you can roll this bow to have physical damage, increased attack speed, plus that additional arrow, you'd be in a really good position to have a really good bow, like a very, very good bow. You need that high percentage, like if it was like 130+%, whatever, like plus physical damage on top of it, you would be doing crazy damage. So I always look for those two. Those can increase your damage a lot. You'll find them in Act 2. I think a few people have finally figured out that there is a 2-string bow. The only reason I don't do it is because this bow is just too powerful, and once I find a replacement, I'll swap it. But haven't found one yet. They're rare. They're hard to find, at least with the right stats. So it's kind of like I use whatever I can find. Sorry for all the Diablo questions. I've only ever played. Same. I'm in the same boat. I just have a lot of time to play. So I've been learning more, figuring this out over the last week or so. And a lot of the questions that I'm answering for you, I had to answer for myself. So I'm more than happy to help. It's kind of what I'm here for. At least I'll try to answer them to the best of my knowledge. But if it makes the game easier, that's the whole point. That's kind of what I like about it. In this game, there's a lot to learn. There really is. Because I had a ton of questions. And then the only other thing is like searching through YouTube videos. But it's sometimes hard to find the right ones. I've noticed a lot of the creators here, at least around this game, don't really... There's a lot of them that don't explain things in the right way. They kind of... They make like a 30-minute long video to answer a question that could have taken like 10 seconds to answer. And it's like, God damn it, guys. Like, I didn't need all of that. Like, I just needed to know like the simple answer. And even finding a custom build can sometimes be hard too. But it depends. There's also useful creators out there too that do a good job. It's just finding them is half the battle. Let's go ID these. I'm gonna heal while I'm here too. I need better armor now, but I should roll this one. The maximum life roll on there is pretty high, but I also don't want to do it. I don't want to waste the orbs. I think I'll find something better. Evasion rating and mana. No. I kind of want to roll that for funsies, but my idea here is that this bow has an accuracy rating and it's a T5 rating, which accuracy is kind of a shit stat. Dexterity, cool, but like you don't need it. I'd rather if this bow dropped like a 15% damage buff or something, like the 130 increased physical percent or the 15 to 30 on here, then I would roll this into a rare one, but there's no reason because I just don't see that. So it's like knowing when to roll items also is super helpful. It's just I want to roll everything and try to get the best thing right out the gate, and unfortunately I do it wrong. Oh, I didn't sell those. I put those in my stash. What am I doing? Let's do... I have another trash thing here where I just put everything that I find that I don't want to hold on to. Let's clean this out a little bit. I keep the orbs in here because it's just easier because I find so many. Sometimes. I shouldn't say many, but sometimes I find a few. There's loot in this game? Since when? 1 hour video just to say no, you can't do that anymore. Yeah, that happens a lot. The other thing too with like builds, find somebody that makes a build for your character and just copy them. Like that's what I did. Moxus or whatever I think is his name. He has a lightning ranger, and I was like, dude, I'm just gonna use that build. And I've used a lot of his builds so far, and then they patched it. The devs patched the build because it did too much goddamn damage. And now I'm kind of in between, like, well, do I learn like magnetic salvo and like do a dex build like what I have now, or do I do something else and go the other route? But if I do the other one, I have to respec everything again. It becomes more expensive. So I'm like, I know I will eventually need to do that, but it's like I also kind of want to wait until they figure out what's a stable build, and then I'll switch to that. The hard part is I need to level up so I can do enough skill points and then get everything to work correctly. But that's usually the struggle, is finding the right build where you're at your level and what equipment you have. But I think the lightning build that I'm using even now, just like lightning arrow, lightning rod, is still solid to get you through most of the game. The biggest part is fighting bosses, is like what's going to be more effective at killing bosses. That's a lot of bugs, dude. That's a lot of bugs. But there's also a lot of differences with Path of Exile 1 and 2. And whenever I search for content to try to figure out what I need to do, it kind of overlaps. Oh, that's awkward. I might die right there because I'm fixing my headphones. And I can't always find the answer because it's just like, oh, in Path of Exile 1, it's this, but we don't really know what it is yet. And I was like, fuck. I just want to know. But early on, I think a lot of the mistakes I have is I just want the best gear, which makes sense. You want to level. You want to get better things. But early, it's kind of like, well, your gear is going to be restricted anyway. So it's like you don't want to waste too much resources on it because you'll just find stuff later. So this ring has almost max lightning resistance. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll it and see what I get. So I got fire on there, 17 out of 20. That's not bad. 86 to maximum mana. That's a pretty crazy high roll. Now I could turn this into a rare item if I want to, or I could stop rolling it where it is now. It's fire resistance at 17 and then 30 at 29 for lightning as a base. The maximum mana is pretty good. You might be able to roll that again and you could get maybe life on there like this one. You might also be able to get another resistance roll. Honestly, I think I should roll it one more time. The only thing I don't like is the fire resistance on there is kind of low. This one's lower. You know, it's a T1 roll, and I'm still using that. But maybe on this ring, I could waste one of these, or I could wait. But these orbs, you find these all the time. So I do that with white items, like amulets and things constantly. Because it's cheap, and if I get 100, you know, like a really, really good roll on the first two, it's like, well, shit, maybe I'll find like a really good ring if I get lucky again. So the more often I do that, the more lucky I get, and I get a huge boost into, maybe I'll get a damage roll on it next. You know, it might give me, I don't know if it can, but maybe it'll be like 30 plus physical damage or something. I'd be like, wait a minute. Maybe it'll say like 30 physical damage and then, you know, 100 maximum life or something on the same ring. And it's like, hold on, like... Like, that'd be kind of nice. Or maybe it'll give me another all resistance buff on there, too. And it didn't cost me anything. It really didn't. Oh, it's this guy. I'm gonna have to dodge that. Hold on. Not gonna dodge that. Not ready for that. Wasn't ready. Oh, I really wish my ear didn't fucking hurt. These headsets, they wore out, and then now it's fucking killing me. Alright, let's go kill that guy. They're so fast, dude. I feel like my damage is okay, but it could be better. I'm not like one-hitting anymore. Like I can't just one-hit waves. I actually have to proc everything a little bit more. But I'm not sure what else I can do outside of getting better rings, maybe a better quiver and bow. Kind of hard to do that right now. Wait, does this connect? Nah, probably not. I gotta go all the way around. I can't believe I didn't hit a checkpoint over there. That's what I thought that was. Moxie does a really good build videos. Found him in Borderlands. Oh, okay. Interesting. I've not been much of a Borderlands player, believe it or not. I mostly spent my time on like Call of Duty for a long time, and then FPS titles, Apex, PUBG, Fortnite a little bit, and then lately it's been like Tarkov. Delta Force came out recently. I spent some time on that. But this came out, and I played a shitload of Diablo 2 growing up, and I was like, man, this looks really good, and I gotta try it. And ever since I played it, I've just been kind of addicted to it. So I'm like, this is a really good game as far as nostalgia. Like, it feels more like Diablo than Diablo does. Like, this feels a lot like Diablo 2 in a lot of ways, and it's strange, like, to say that, but yeah. I kind of like it. And I think for me it's the nostalgia factor, and then it's also just a fun factor. I like this style of game. I like grinding out loot, getting gear, getting better drops, finding locations, you know, getting lucky, getting loot that's really good. Like, that's just an addictive feeling in general. They said PoE was Diablo 3 should have been. Yeah, and I feel like they're not wrong. I didn't play the first one, but if this is, you know, an example of what it was, I played Diablo 3 and I hated it because when it first came out, it was a dumpster fire. Then they put out their patch for Diablo, and that fixed it. It made it more like the original Diablo 2. They fucked up with like the auction house. They fucked up with like the damage like setups, how everything worked. It's like, oh, cool, I found a sword that has higher DPS, so that's the only stat that mattered at the time, was having a higher DPS. It didn't matter about your skills as much. It's just, nope, gotta have the bigger number, and like that works. And it's like, it's not what Diablo was. So the loot wasn't great. It wasn't fun that way. It didn't matter as much. And then when they put the patch out, that changed things. They got rid of the auction house, which was funny. They put the real money auction house in there too, which I think kind of set the tone for what that game was. A cash grab. Like, there's like, we gotta make money. We gotta get our investors happy. And it's like, fuck, guys, like it just, the monetization and the over monetization on that game fucking ruined it. And this, you have cosmetics. Like, sure, you can probably go online and buy items if you really want to, but they allow trading. They built trading into the website, and it's not for real money, which is a little bit different. But I mean, you could probably go to websites and buy items anyway, but still, it feels more natural and more than the other games have in the past. But yeah, this definitely surprised me. I didn't think it would actually be this good. Now, I'm also kind of a new player, so I don't know all the negative parts to it. Crafting seems kind of awkward, like it's not as good as it can be. Because I've complained about that too. Finding orbs that you need. Like, one thing that holds me back is I need exalted orbs. Regal orbs, I can find that shit all day. But Regal don't drop as much as I'd like, but I mean, even then, I need exalted orbs. And it's like, dude, I can farm for hours and not find one, but I want to upgrade my armor and I want to upgrade my gear, but I still can't do it. Like, that kind of holds me back, and I hate that. I think a lot of players dislike that. It's like, I wish there was a way to earn more, like shards or something. Okay, not again, dude. I gotta go find a fucking waypoint over there, because I'm not gonna walk all the way around there just to die. Where the fuck is the waypoint? Yeah, it can go this way, and it'll lead me back. It'll save me time. I thought I timed that, and I didn't time that. Yeah, this should wrap around, and there should be a waypoint back here. Or not a waypoint, but a checkpoint. What class? Actually like Diablo 4, and I played a shit ton. I didn't mind Diablo 4 as much. I played it, but I never got like addicted to it. I don't know why. This though, I just can't stop. I'm just like, I gotta play it. I go to bed and I think about it. I wake up and I think about it. Something's wrong. Fuck, man. I'm just not gonna use a headset for that year. These headphones, I've been wearing them for a while, and they normally don't cause me problems, but I think I scratched or damaged the inside of my ear, so now it hurts every time they're just sitting there. So I think they just need a break. I've also been playing for like 9 hours a day, so that's not good either. I'm out of heals. Shit. I didn't notice that until that happened. Oops.
Take this!
Boo. We had to try. I always try with the dual strings because if I get one that has that 150 plus damage, then I have a real shot at getting a good bow. Like a real shot. Just need a physical roll and then the physical damage on it, and then we're set. All right, where is this checkpoint? There's got to be one here. Is there not one? Seems like an awful long way to walk not to have a checkpoint nearby the boss.
Storming arrow!
Last time I was here and I fought him, there was one, so I'm confused. Where the fuck is the checkpoint? Is it up north more? Maybe up there? Maybe a little down here. Oh wow, what the fuck just spawned in? Wow, okay, I'll keep grinding. Getting 75% lightning res? Yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, 75% all res is possible. I'm not sure what gear you're gonna need, but you're gonna need some really fucking good gear to do it. Yeah, so where's the checkpoint here? Last time I was here and I fought that guy, there was one. So maybe I'll just go over there and get my ass kicked. 16% damage while you have an active charm flask. I haven't learned much about the jewels yet either. I haven't seen those very often, so I don't know if they're good or not. I don't need that. I mean, I could do combat frenzy or something, but there's no reason. All right, let's go get smashed by this dude again, because that's just what happens. I'm gonna kill these guys first. I'm shocked that there's no checkpoint. Last time there was one. Maybe it's just over here. Yeah, it's right there.
Take this!
I'm gonna get killed right there.
Do that.
was gonna say, who swings faster, me or him?
It's a shame to kill such a
How's that
creature,
shit loot?
but you left me with little choice.
Boo! Free Friday. What's up? What's up, Jody? How you doing, Zachary? Just gonna focus on leveling that tanky. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Leveling, being tanky, sure. It depends on what your build is, though. You're still gonna need damage. At some point, you're gonna need damage.
Still alive. Anything catch your eye?
27 intelligence, maximum mana, lightning resist, energy shield. No, no, no. I kind of want to roll that again, but I also don't want to roll that again. Got extra skill points. I want to use those, but I also don't want to use them because I'm going to probably respec here soon as well, too, which is expensive, I guess. It's 3K per thing, so... I mean, I got the money, but still, that's crazy expensive. Explore beyond the jungle. I guess I'll just go here. Haven't watched in a while. How you doing, Luther? It's okay, man. Life happens. No worries. You don't have to watch. But you do have to donate your life savings.
The hive's a wide berth.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You can at least name your firstborn after me. That'd be cool. If it's a boy, name him Cross. If it's a girl, name her Cross. It's cool. It's super gender neutral name. It's fine. No, not really, but still. You know, it's just the small things, right? It's the small things that matter. You know, it goes a long way. That's always appreciated. Then your kids are like, why'd you name me that? I'm like, well, he's really good at Call of Duty. Like, really good at Call of Duty. And they'll be like, I understand. I can't blame you. Ooh. What's this little area? Okay, I'm scared. Okay, okay. A lot of frozen damage. A lot of frozen damage. Not cool. Not cool. Not cool. Oh my god, dude. I'm getting my ass kicked. What is this? What the fuck is this? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why does it do so much damage? I think my resistances aren't good enough for this shit. I think I'm just gonna have to farm. God damn. I didn't name my kid after a song. Hey, there you go. Ooh, let's see. The evasion rating's good. Maximum life is dog shit. Fire resistance is okay. I wonder how much evade, like 57? No, 54%. It's technically better than what I have, but it's also kind of not. I feel like I could roll that, but I also just want to sell it and then not really waste the runes on it. What do I think of Last Epoch? I didn't play it, believe it or not. I did not play it. I was kind of stuck in the FPS world during those times. I didn't really play much of those games. Chimeral Wetlands. Do I need to go there? I do need to go there. Penetrating quiver. 100% chance to penetrate. I mean, that could be interesting. I think build-wise, would you really need that? Because you can just... most of your skills do it anyway. All the flowers are cool. If you touch them, though, they'll drop the spores. Same thing here with these floor ones. So watch out what you're doing. Like, where you step, it can kill you. I don't have a lot of poison resistance. Well, I guess I have some. so I shouldn't be too bad, but beforehand it was 0, so I keep saying that. I'm like, yeah, I used to have like none. And it really sucked. Let's keep going this way. I should have went that way too. I gotta go to the Temple of Chaos. Can't remember. Is this for the flask? Is what that is? Is that this quest? Or is that the other quest? Not bad, not bad. One more damage and I'd be set. I need more survivability too. I'm a little fragile. An iron ring. I think it's a strength ring. Or no, that's physical damage. It's only 1 to 4 though, which is really low. Yeah, not really worth it. I'll sell it. Regal shard. I'll keep that. Don't need that. That's good. Haven't really found many drops here yet that are decent. Couple rares though. Not a ton. But you just had your kid. Congrats, man. Found it way easier than Path of Exile 2. Well.
Some odds and ends.
There's a learning curve to this game for sure. Question is, do I wear that or do I ditch it? No, the increased invasion rating's nice. The maximum life is cool, but mine has like 92 maximum life, so I want to keep that. If anything, I think I should just roll this one and see if I can get a higher percentage resistance and stuff. Although this one's the fire resistance is higher, the maximum life is a little bit less. It's about half. Everything else on this is technically better. It's just that maximum life ability. Not sure what I should do here. I mean, the reduced attribute requirement's kind of nice too for other things. So I'm not sure if I should just wear it and then just take the hit to my health, or I should hold out and try to find a better one. I mean, I could wear it and have higher resistances, which would be nice. Slightly higher evasion rating. But I lose like 40 life. I mean, that's not a lot, but my fire resistance goes up. And my evasion rating goes up. I feel like I need to swap it. You know, I'll just swap it temporarily and see how it goes. We don't have to sell it. We can just hold on to it. I need to see the stats change. Yeah. Kind of addicted to rolling items, unfortunately. But that one I don't think is good enough to really waste any orbs on. It only has like 1 slot left. The other one I could do 2 and then maybe get really lucky. But I feel like I'm just playing like bad odds. Like it's not a good investment. Why can't I heal? Why can't I do anything? What's going on? Oh, I ran out of potions. I forgot to heal. That's why. That explains a lot. I feel like my damage should be better, but it's pretty high already. I think it's just my survivability is not great. I think I need to adjust my build too. My skill tree needs to be changed a lot. That would help a ton too. But then I have to decide what build I want. Do I go to do the electric orb build, or do I build something different after the patch? And that I can't decide. I don't want to respec everything and be like, oh, that's the wrong one, and then I gotta redo it again. So I'm kind of like waiting. But once I get to a spot that I can't really beat, I'll probably have to do it anyway. I could just do a magnetic salvo build and not respec as much, but I think the other one would make more sense. I just need a lot of intelligence to do that other build. And I don't know if that's worth it for me. It might be. Because if it makes me not struggle as much, then yeah, it's going to be worth it. Found a Regal. That was a shard. I had a dead end there. I say, why is my fire resistance so low out here? Did I swap it on accident and not click it back? And then I just put it in my stash? I think that's what I ended up doing. Yeah. That is what I ended up doing. That's funny.
Quickly.
I also need to go do my ascendancies. That would help me a lot. That's on the list of things to do as well.
Take your time. It's a deal.
Let's go check this guy, see if he has anything. Maybe he'll have a good bow. 1 to 10 lightning damage. I'm set. I'm sold. 59% increased. What about this? 30% increased arrow speed. 20 to 36 fire damage. That's almost max for fire, but I don't know if that matters that much. Boots I don't need. I need better gloves. Maximum life threshold. A lot of strength requirements. I need like dexterity requirements, which are like these. Those are kind of garbage.
If you hear a click, duck.
Do they plan on keeping the characters gender locked? Probably. I think they're just designed how they are. I don't have an issue with it. I've never cared. I usually pick female characters anyway. I mean, the other Diablo was that way too. I don't think it matters. I mean, they could swap them. They could add like a female male option, either or. I just don't think it's too important. Like maybe the characters themselves have lore and stories behind them, so that's the way they wanted to design it versus instead of giving people a choice. But who knows? That's the last thing I care about. But I guess I could see maybe somebody be like, well, I want to play like a female warrior or something instead of like the big topless dude. And be like, ah. Maybe you want to like, you know, have some muscular chick in there. Yeah, and it's all preference. Oh, this one's interesting. The bird that's over here. Okay, don't Okay, okay, okay. Why aren't you flying up and doing your bullshit and standing on that podium? How am I not hitting the stone pillar?
Storm point.
Did he come back this way or does he land? No, he does that shit. That's crazy. Can you do poison? I didn't know that. Ah, I shouldn't have done that attack. Fuck. I'm not melting as fast as I used to, but I am killing. I am doing good damage. I still need to make adjustments to the skill tree though. And then I'll do even more. I'm dead there. I stood still too long. God, he just does so much damage. Can't stand still like that. That's so dumb. I need you to not do that. Usually he lands on the platform a lot sooner, and then I can just like do a shitload more damage to him, but he's not staying up there at all. That's how I killed him the first time. Like, it's super easy. He'd stand still for me, and it's like, oh cool, easy kills. And now he's like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. Man, what are you doing? You're like toe tapping it, and then you're just leaving. I'm gonna die again. Maybe I can sneak it in here. There you go. Yeah, look at the loot. Sweet, sick. So super sick. Super sick loot, dude. Super sick. I got like 2 pieces. Such good loot, let me tell you. I tell you what. 65% recovery if used on low mana. Interesting. I don't know if it makes a difference. Maybe. I am just gonna pitch it. Got a couple skill gems. I'm gonna need that too when I respec, so that's what I'm also trying to find is more of those level 3 skill gems. Don't need you, don't need you. Actually, hold on, that one was kind of interesting. Oh, it's life. Never mind. I don't need that. Not for my character, at least. Not right now.
Thunderous shot.
Level 60, level 65. I feel like it'd be easier for me to kill things, but I don't know. I feel like I'm hitting a plateau on my character's build. Probably because of my ascendancies that I need to do. And then also because of the actual build itself not being complete. I think that's another, like, spot that I'm kind of have a hookup on. Like a hang up. I still do okay damage though. Not crazy, but good. Some of the later bosses are going to be a big challenge. They're going to be harder to kill for me. A lot harder. And that's concerning for a lot of reasons. Because if I get stuck, well... Like, this is just a minion, and I'm getting my ass kicked. But if I can pin him and get him stuck and use magnetic salvo, it helps. Ooh. There's some boots. Oh, I got an exalted orb too. Nice. 103%. Damn. Damn. Increased armor and evasion. 15% attributes. 10 lightning. 20 life. The 20 life's interesting. The 10 lightning sucks. The armor's crazy high, I think. Well, kinda. And evasion. But it's not really good for me compared to my existing boot. It doesn't have movement speed on there, so it's junk. You could roll that and get movement speed, but it won't matter. The resistances are too low. Everything else is just kind of meh. It just has a lot of stats on it, so it's like, oh, it looks cool, but then you start looking at them and you're like, never mind. I wonder when my next legendary drop's gonna be. That'll be interesting. I've already found 3 of the same legendary item. 3 of them. Not a joke. It was the shield, which I thought was fucking hilarious. Like, how am I gonna find 3 of the same item? Like, for real. You want good loot drops, and then you find 3 legendary items that are all identical. A bow in 20 minutes. There is a bow that I want. I don't know if it would actually give me more damage right now, because my quiver wouldn't be good. There's a bow that drops. I don't know if it's actually that good of a bow, but I think it is better than average. It does like 300%. Like 300% whatever your stats of your quiver are. So it depends on how that rolls. But if you have a good quiver with high physical damage, faster attack speed, more physical damage on top of the quiver as well, aside of the percentage, increasing that by a lot is crazy. Or at least I see it being potentially crazy. I don't know if that's the best bow. I don't think so. I feel like a custom bow like what I have now would maybe be better if the damage roll is high enough. So it wouldn't matter as much. Actually, I could find out. Let me see. PoE trading website. I want to see. They have a legendary bow. I wonder what it costs. That's what I'm going to base it off of. So give me a hot second here. Let's see. Category, bow, unique. What does unique foil mean? It's called a wood hail bow. 171% increased bonuses gained from equipped quiver. Oh. It's only 1 exalted orb, so it's not crazy expensive. This one does 234. That one has more stats on it. Projectile speed. I wonder why. I wonder how they do that, where it increases the other stats. Projectile split toward 2+ targets. That's kind of a cool one. If you were, you know, doing my build, you could have additional. Huh, maybe that would be good. Maybe I just need rare bows instead of the unique items. I feel like the unique items aren't that good. Maybe I'm crazy on that? Am I wrong? Maybe it's all about just finding rare items and not uniques. Unless maybe there's higher rolls later on that make them even better. And I'm missing what's so good about a lot of them. Because a lot of them that I've found so far, maybe they're just lower level ones, but The idea is that they have like a really bad negative to them. Like it's like, cool, you can get a lot of damage, but here's the trade-off. And the trade-off has like a pro and a con. And the con's usually pretty rough. It doesn't seem very good. Orb of Alchemy. Nice. I need that, that. I don't need that. Yeah, I got mine at level 10. It has 145% of the quiver, but I'm still hitting hard at level 25. Interesting. So maybe that bow, I just don't know. That, because if I look at bows like this, these are worth more than that other bow. This bow is probably worth like 10 or 20 like exalted orbs, maybe more than that. And then that other rare one isn't worth that much, supposedly. Not close. Like it's only worth like 1. So I'm wondering what the, I guess maybe it probably doesn't apply the same damage effects the way I'm thinking it would. It would still increase your damage. That I can see.
Oh, goodness. As I expected. No
Yeah, the creepy ass Act 3, dude. Aaron's like, ooh, cool, the jungle. And then, like, we get to Act 3 with, like, the technology room and there's blood everywhere and it's creepy. Oh my god. You're not ready for that. You're not ready. I'm telling you, you're not ready. Okay, chill. Ooh, an exalted orb. Nice. Speaking of rare items, I need like 100 of them, and then I might be happy. Maybe. Maybe. There might be a higher drop level. There's more like a combo. Like gloves that allow minions to count, count to your kill triggers, mana, life. Interesting. I just wish I knew more about the builds than I currently did. That way I knew more about the damage, because right now it's just like physical damage, and then, you know, resistances, more physical damage on everything. I just don't know what the maximum's gonna be as far as like your gear goes. Like how high can a bow go? How high can, you know, your rings or your things of that nature, like how high can those rolls go? Same thing with resistance rolls. I feel like 30 on boots is probably high. I don't think it would go higher than that. But I just haven't, I'm not as familiar with the items. Like with Diablo, I remember, you know, like I used to be able to know all the numbers and be like, yeah, these boots can drop this stat, and then these are all perfect, these aren't perfect, and so on and so on.
Storm point.
This lady's gonna beat my ass. Okay, I lied. Almost. I almost did the wrong attack there. I didn't really do a lot of damage to her. That did. Another waystone. Got the enchant. Quest item, physical damage on bows. Don't need that, don't need that. Got a checkpoint. Excuse me. Oh shit, I didn't even look where this one went. I'm gonna go sell those.
What do some pretty things have? It's idea.
50% increased recovery rate, 25% gain a charge when you kill an enemy. It doesn't recover as much as my current one. Grants over 2 seconds. Over 4 seconds. Maybe that's technically better. We don't need that one. I guess I'll do this one. It gains almost half the life and half the time.
Yeah, take your time.
Maximum mana, fire resistance. That's actually an okay base ring. I just need to upgrade that. Monsters deal 26% of damage as extra fire. It's a map. I need my stash to put that away. Making a little collection here. And I'm just messing all this up. That's fine. When did the game come out and why is it so much like Diablo? It came out like last week or this week, essentially. From my understanding why it's a lot like Diablo. Oh, this guy kicked my ass last time. I'm probably gonna get my fucking butt kicked here. If I can dodge it. He has like this really brutal swing. That's really annoying. Like that. Oh, I never filled up my health potion. That's awkward. So this game was made by people that liked playing Diablo games, or like styled like Diablo, and there wasn't much available after Diablo 2, so they created their own. And when they created their own game, they decided to make Path of Exile, the first one. Diablo 3 came out, I think, eventually later on, and it was interesting because for me playing this, it feels more like Diablo 2, and I was like, damn, this is like what I remember playing as a kid growing up. And then also it feels really good, like really good, so I'm kind of surprised by that. Might die doing that. Honestly, that was really easy for him. Surprised. The first time I fought him, he whooped my ass. Ooh, fire resistance. Let's go. Like, the first time I ever fought him, he like one-hit me with this fucking thing, and I was like, damn, I'm way too low level for that shit. Back in like normal mode. Like, yeah, I was not ready for that. Now I am, I guess. He's slow, so I can dodge, and then I can just get that damage on him with salvo, so it works really well. The bosses that move around a lot, and then they have a lot of AoE, it's kind of like, ah, fuck, I can't really hit them, and then I gotta like dodge, 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 and I can't just focus on attacking. So I can't do a lot of huge damage right away. Gear doesn't change much, more like in level blocks. 71 to 100. Yeah, I need to hit level 71. I'm kind of curious how much that'll change. Probably not a lot. Maybe small little details on some of them. Like, instead of having a bow that does like +3 to bow skills, it'll go up to like +5. I think that's the highest I've seen is a +5. But you have to be a high enough level, obviously, to probably unlock that. Otherwise, it just won't drop. Advanced dual string, nice. The dual string is one that I want to roll. I want to get a physical damage on that, plus physical damage plus a multiplier for percentage physical, like what I have now. The reason I want the dual string bow is it gives you an extra arrow. So one thing that's crazy about that, you get more damage from having an extra arrow firing, but if you actually build out your skill tree and you come here, you get an extra arrow here. So you'll do 3 arrows essentially, maybe more depending on your skills, whatever they are. I don't know if you can get more arrows added in, but you'll do even more damage if you stack that. That's at least how I understand that. So it could be really good. That all he dropped? Is he still alive? You suck. Looks like one of those like what are the fuck are they called? Macaroons or something? Like those pastries. I want one. They look tasty. I don't know if I've actually had one, believe it or not. Have I? I don't know. Maybe. I don't get out much. I don't know if that's correct, just using it in context. No, it makes sense. Because a lot of the time, like, you'll level up and then the gear, you know, suddenly gets better stats. Like, you'll have, like, level 1, level 2. Like, you notice it, like, has, like, tier 3 rolls eventually. And you're like, wait a minute, I'm getting tier 3 rolls and more common, you know? And then you have a higher range of the items that you can get. So I think, obviously, the higher level you get, eventually you'll hit the point where anything can drop. It's just getting that point, then farming and getting good loot. That's going to be the challenge, is getting lucky. Or farming enough that if you farm enough, you can get items that are good enough for you to sell, trade, and then buy what you want. I think that'll be probably a big one, is people using the trading website to get what they need and then not have to find it themselves. But you're still gonna have to loot and find items to even get enough money to trade. So that's gonna be another problem, I think, for a lot of people. Is just, do they have enough playtime to find good enough items to maybe buy what they need, or is it just better to farm everything and then just play and find it yourself? Yeah, and then crafting them is going to be the thing, too. I like crafting, but it seems kind of difficult to get enough exalted orbs to really roll items. They seem rare, and I mean, they want them to be, but they're very rare, and I think that's kind of a concern. Then again, I haven't played enough, and maybe at higher levels it's way easier to find them, so it's not a big deal, but I don't know yet.
If our fears become realized, we have put our lives on the line because Doriani asked us to do so. I accept this. I am not a traitor to the Queen, but sometimes loyalty requires protecting her from her own mistakes.
And I go open that loot room and see if I find anything good.
Just need more time.
Probably won't, but we're gonna do it anyway.
Possessions don't interest me, but perhaps this will be put to good use.
Boo. Not good. I wonder if I can do that with the bow, actually. Do I have enough of a bow?
Still alive. Take your time. My tribe could use that. Beware.
I want to see. I don't think they're all the same. They are the same. Item is normal rarity. Ah, it's because it got a socket in it, huh? So I need another one. I'm gonna sell the dual one. Actually, while I'm here, let's do that. We need one more simple one. Oh, sweet. I came back and there's a green one. Perfect. I kind of miss like set items like in Diablo. Like set items and unique items that drop like crazy stats. Like SOJs, Balcathos, whatever rings, javelins, the Wind Force bow, they had rune word bows, like things of that nature, like rune word items were pretty cool. Like you could farm out those, try to get good rolls on those things too. That was always exciting. So it's like, I don't know, I feel like the loot in here is interesting. It's good. Some extent, but it's like I feel like there's a little less variety than sometimes what Diablo had in some ways. But, I mean, then again, you're always looking for like one specific item in Diablo is how that works. Like you're really only looking for one thing. Okay, I was wrong. I was the one to get the bow. What'd you get? I'd be curious. Oh God. You're quoting Bane. Nice. Yeah, the opening scene to that is actually pretty cool. Widow Hail Cruel Bow. Interesting. I'm telling you, dude, he needs to put the red rocket away. That's fucking gross. I gotta go do the generator thing. I'm working on it, lady. I'm working on it. I don't have to fight the lava guy yet. That's later. Or is it? No, that's a little bit later. We're not there yet. Oh, fuck. I got frozen. How does that happen? And it's also too, this game isn't out fully yet. Like they don't have Act 3, Act 4, well Act 4, Act 5 finished. They don't have a lot of weapons built for certain character builds like spears, swords, daggers, I think, like other stuff that they want to do. So there's definitely going to be a lot more loot coming, a lot more items as well. So that'll change. So it's really easy for us to sit here and be like, yeah, this sucks. And it's like, they probably know like certain things do suck. And they're like, yeah, we fucking know, like we're working on it. Like, early access, motherfucker. Like, and then we're just impatient. I think that happens a lot where we just kind of get in a hurry. And it's like, guys, it's early access. Like, it's early. So I always have to remind myself that I can't be too critical because they're updating things. I mean, they've updated the loot drops as well too. Where we weren't finding enough rares, and then they're like, okay, yeah, you guys are right. We do need to fix that. So they buffed it a little bit.
Time. I'll take it. It's ideal.
I should really go do my ascendancies. Ugh, I don't like doing that though. That shit sucks. It's annoying. I don't know how else to put it. They don't make me stronger. I still go back to Diablo 2, but in your opinion, which do I like more? I love Diablo 2. I love that game. But I feel like nostalgia is a big factor in that. But this game reminds me a lot of Diablo 2. It feels like I'm playing Diablo 2, and it's kind of scary like how close this is to Diablo. Like, it's shocking. It feels more like Diablo than Diablo feels like Diablo, right?
Barely broke a sweat. Take this!
I'm just having a good time on it. So that's my opinion. Like, I really like it. The question is, will it last time, like for a long time? Am I gonna get bored of it? Am I gonna want to go play other games? The answer is probably yes, but I can see myself grinding this for a while. Like in my free time, you know, whatever. You want to make progress, just spend time playing it. If I had a huge YouTube audience on this, yeah, fuck yeah. I mean, let's go. But like, I'd much rather prefer to stream this than like FPS games, because it's just way more relaxing for me to play and not as stressful. But I imagine if you start playing on hardcore accounts or trying to do like boss runs with like the biggest bosses, the higher difficulties, you spend 10 minutes doing a boss fight and then you get shit on, you'd be like, ah, you know, that might get irritating. But it's more fun than getting hacked on in Call of Duty. Like, so I'd probably stick with that, like this, if I had a preference. Sorry, just no excuse. I should be rocking Act 1 gear still where I am in Act 2. Do only bosses drop gear worth damn in a game? No, you can find gear on anybody. It's just luck. Now, the drop rates on bosses are higher than the average person. So if you kill more bosses and more elite mobs, people that have like the little blue or red, green name, not green names, but like the gold names above their head, they're more likely going to drop you better gear. It doesn't mean it's going to be better for you, but it's going to be a higher value or level in general. So yeah, you're just going to need to kill as many things as possible, like different waves, kill like miniature boss waves, like the elite mobs, and then hopefully you'll get good drops. What I did early on too is every level, I checked the shop because it resets the shop value. So like these guys that are minions right here, they have better higher loot value drops potentially. Like they can maybe drop you rares more frequently than the average guy that's running around. And then whoever that little green dude is right down there, he's going to drop me more likely to drop me rares or green gold items. He might drop legendary items, you never know. But that time it's all blue, so it's like, eh. But even then, blue items can actually be pretty good too. You just need to look at them. Early on, you can find a blue item that can become a very good rare item. You just have to craft it a little bit more and then hopefully get a lucky roll on the stats. Like this bow was from the shop vendor, and this bow had 130% increased physical damage, but when I rolled it, I got the 15 to 30 physical modifier on there, and I was like, wow, that's pretty good. Rolled it again, got the accuracy bonus. I was like, oh, that's not great, but it's could be worse. And then I finally got like dexterity and life per kill, and I was like, like those aren't great either. But I rolled it one more time, and then I ended up getting the +1 to skills, which isn't the best, but it's better than getting something else that's worthless. So the bow became very powerful because of those first 2 rolls that I did. And it's like, that was just a blue bow. Like, it wasn't anything special, but it's special now because the stats on it turned out to be really good. So you just have to test your luck half the time. That's all it is. Just farming and getting good loot, and then hoping that you can make an improvement and getting lucky. That is the challenge.
I'll take it.
Yeah, damn, 1400. Only takes 7 of 75 charges. Interesting. over 4 seconds.
It's a deal.
Interesting. I wonder what's better.
Don't eat anything colorful.
It's double the health in 4 seconds. I mean, so it's still quick. 'Cause it's fat. It's like double what my total one would be in double the time. It's funny, Diablo 4 got a lot of shit for not having good loot, and my god, even when it first released, the loot was way better than what I'm getting in PoE 2. Yeah, probably. But this is also early access too, so I mean, I hate saying that, but that is the truth. So they're gonna make a ton of adjustments. Like, for example, they nerfed the shit out of my current build, and I was like, oh, this build was great. I was fucking frying, and then they're like, nope, that's too strong, and they nerfed it, and it's like, well, that's gonna happen. Like, that's why we get to play it early. They're gonna find out what works and what doesn't work, where they want to balance the game. So that's just how life is, you know. It's not gonna be great all the time. We're not gonna just get the best things. Also, too, they don't want to give you the best loot either. Like, you have to earn it. You gotta find it. You gotta, you know, farm it. Like, that guy didn't really drop me shit. But it's also like, man, I can't get the best loot right away, because then I'll quit playing because I have everything. So these games are going to be very grindy at some point. There's going to have to be a balance. Now, I will say my first playthrough was rough. I didn't know what I was doing, and my character wasn't dealing damage. I didn't find a rare item for like the first, until like the end of Act 4 or something. I didn't find a gold item. Now, the second character I made, I found a gold item literally out the front door of the encampment. I found like 3 of them, like early on. And I was just like, damn, like, how did I find so many fucking items, like, so quickly? And those items, one was like a quiver, one was like a bow. I found like gloves that were rare. I found boots that were rare. And those boots carried me for like the first act. Like, all of it did. Like, the bow was like +1 to skill, like +1 or something to skills. The quiver was the same situation. So I was like level 2 with like +3 skills. Like, I was like, how did that happen? Like, it made my gameplay for like that first act a completely different game. Like, completely different. So that's crazy. Uh-oh, someone's sending stars?
Good morning.
What's up, Michael? How you doing? Good morning. Thanks for the 500 stars, man. Appreciate it. Hope your weekend's going well. Hope you're going to get ready and have a good holidays also. It's creeping up, by the way, if you haven't bought Christmas gifts for everybody. Don't forget. Don't be like me and do that shit last minute. I guess I need to start looking at blue gear. Yeah, I mean, there's a few things that you could do. Realistically, the blue items can drop decent stats, but the problem with that is you have to use orbs like this. So you really want to be very picky on when you upgrade those items or those gear pieces. So this bow, when I found this bow, I found it at the shop. One of the vendors had it, and it was the 130% physical damage. So when I saw that, I knew that that bow had potential to be a really good bow, but I needed to use one of these cheap orbs on it, right? One of these guys right here. And then it upgraded it, and it gave me the 15 to 30 damage. So I had a bow that does 130% increase to physical damage, plus added 15 to 30 damage. That's a high roll. 15 to 30 is still high right now. It's like a T6 roll on that bow, and I found that early in like Act 2, and I was like, damn, like, that's crazy. Now, on top of that, at that point, I was like, I have to make this a magic item, and I got to roll it again, so I used one of these. But when I first had those first 2 stats, I knew it was good. So if you find an item that has like 1 stat and you're like, maybe I should roll it again, it's like, maybe you don't want to. Knowing when to stop rolling also helps too. You'll find an item, you want to like roll it over, and then it's just like, I got a shitty one that kind of ruined it. Then you don't waste all your orbs. I probably wasted a lot of my orbs on things I didn't need to waste it on, which is not a good idea for me, because I could have maybe have found better items, but I had to learn. But early on, if you're like between like levels 1 and probably 40, every time you level up, go to the vendor and see what they have, because maybe they have something that's really, really potentially good. Sometimes they have good boots, they have good gloves, they got good base weapons that you could craft. It varies, but I got a lot of decent gear that way when I started out. Every time you level, the vendor resets. So it's like, it's worth checking. And then if you find a good item on the ground, sometimes it doesn't take much to make it even better than what your current gear is. I've also found people don't upgrade their gear enough. Like they just don't upgrade it like frequently. And it's like, man, if you guys upgraded your gear more often, like just even small amounts, it would be a lot better. People forget to upgrade boots, they forget to upgrade their rings, their gloves, and they just kind of forget, and they might not have even found stuff too. Like that's also usually the bigger problem. But it doesn't take a lot to do an increase. Also knowing, you know, having damage, higher damage on your rings, your gloves, having higher damage on maybe an amulet potentially, if you can get certain stats on that. And even just like just a small amount of damage multipliers, like your gloves, your weapon, the rings itself help too. If you can get some that have like 5 to 10 cold damage or something else, you can kind of stick those together. I think I can do it now. We're gonna go back to town real quick. I've been wanting to do this for a while to see what happens. I've never done this, so I don't know if I'll get a good item or a shit item. Probably a shit item, but we'll see. That's what Amazon's for? You're right. You are right. That will get you things faster. That last minute shopping. I've done that before.
What do you anything catch your eye? My
Don't need
tribe
that, don't need that, don't need that. I'll keep that. I'm gonna keep that. That's a map. I want that. I wanted to see what that did. 114 increase to spell damage. Honestly, is that good? Is that high? I feel like you could roll that into a rare item to see what you get, but I don't know. I'm not a wizard, so I don't know if like that's a good item. Like that's pretty high for 100% increase is crazy.
don't drink,
But I want to try rolling the bow here. Item rarity normal. Advanced dual string, advanced dual string, advanced dual string. Oh, do they can't be normal? They have to be like magical? Is what they gotta be? Hmm. Ooh, like that one. 199 for accuracy. Interesting. 20 to 23 physical. That's kind of good. 30% reduced attribute requirements. This bow, wonder what the difference between advanced is versus the other one. 40% increased physical damage, 80% accuracy. That's a good roll, but it's not like crazy. This one has potential. The accuracy is kind of like, I don't really need accuracy, but if I can roll higher things on there, that'd be sick. 2 to mana. No. Maybe. Maybe that one. No. These two are like identical. 2 T5 rolls. So what you would want to see here, like I don't even really want to make these rare because they don't look good. That accuracy rating sucks. The reduced requirement, I don't really think you need that. So it's like I don't really want to roll these to anything else. Like if I got that 40% and then that accuracy thing was like physical damage, but it was more like 100 plus, I'd probably roll these over into something else and make them gold. What happens if I do this? Oh, that does work. Bow fires an additional arrow, but it's unidentified. 71% elemental damage with attacks. Is that good? I don't think that's really worth keeping either. I have another bow that I can shred and like do that again. I could have kept rolling some of those, but it's like I start spending more expensive runes and it's just like I don't see anything. Like the accuracy being on there isn't high enough for me to want to care about it. Yeah, I can shred these ones. What if I throw like 3 gold ones? Like this bow, for example, has potential still. I just haven't rolled anything on it. So it's 3 to all skills, has the accuracy level. The damage bonus and increased sight radius are kind of shitty. That's kind of what stopped me, was like, ooh, increased sight radius. I don't really care. If it had damage on there, plus all 3, then yes. But in order to do this bow, I would need a 100% roll for damage increase, and then I would need like a physical damage increase of like 15 to 60, you know, something in there. So the odds of me getting both of those on that bow are pretty low. So it's just like almost not worth it, in my opinion. Like, it's like, I don't really want to do that. This one could be a good bow for somebody. It's only 44%. It's not 120, but yeah. Two to 4 cold. Ew. Trash.
Okay.
Get it out of my face. He still has the same gear because I haven't leveled up. Are other stats like that also? The main ones you want on a bow are physical damage, because that'll be like long-term, like end game. You want physical damage,
I must call upon Alva.
and you want physical damage, and then you want the physical multiplier percentage, because it's 2 stats. It gives you double stats, essentially, is what that does. It multiplies your stat by whatever, like physical damage percentage, and you add physical damage as raw damage. So that's why it's so amplified.
That should do it.
Oh, now I gotta go up to the front of the room. But I just look through items and I roll like a lot of the white items just to see. Because if I get a bow like this again, that's one of those dual strings, and I'm able to get physical damage on there, and I'm able to get the physical percent on there, and I just use these basic runes, or these basic orbs, then I'll go in and I'll use like the exalted orbs and see if I can get something decent. But it's just a numbers game. You need hundreds of those bows to go through and then hope to God that you get the rolls correct. It's just luck. You're rolling dice. Like there's no way to say that it's gonna work or it's gonna happen, which is unfortunate. Oh, I didn't get the other generator. Oh no, I did. What's going on?
Soul core is charged.
All right, grab his dick and twist it. I'm telling you, dude, it's a penis. It's kind of weird. I don't know if I can kill him. Probably. Oh, I stood there too long. I should have dodged first, then hit him. Most weapons are going to have stats like that. A lot of them are going to have the same stats. It's just different for each build. I think most of your skills, your physical damage on a bow gets converted into elemental damage. That's why that's different. So the higher physical damage you have, the more elemental damage you'll have with your abilities. I think like sorcerers are gonna be different as well. You're gonna want more elemental damage instead of the physical one, probably. But I don't know. But once you learn that, you'll know what items to look for. I don't like how he one-hits my ass. I like how she just fucking dips, bro. She's like, nah, dude, I'm out. I timed that wrong, too. Okay, Medusa, calm your shit. No, I fucked up. Oh no, I was right between the laser and I died. Fuck. I thought I was gonna dodge it, but I must have touched it. Just barely. That shit hurts. At least I know I'd do enough damage, just don't get hit. I don't know if this is normal squishy level. I feel like I'm a little too squishy. Oh fuck, that hurts. How am I supposed to dodge all that? What the fuck are you doing? I was like, I might die to that. Ugh. I need faster attack speed. Uncut gem. What'd you drop me? Gloves. This could be good. I mean, it does require strength too. Oh. Well, not great, but interesting. The accuracy on that is insane. I find accuracy so much, but I just don't need it. Like 327 out of 346. The strength is cool, but I don't need strength. The physical damage is cool, but it's a super low damage roll, so that's not great either. There's no mana, there's no health, there's no resistances, there's no attack speed. So for me, I'm like, yeah, that's not what I need. What system? I play on PC. I say switch character, Mike, for a faster movement and abilities, or add me and I'll give you a legendary chest and gloves. Oh, that'd be sick, dude. That'd be awesome. Thanks for helping him out. I'd say like also your build matters. Like the character you play. Some characters are way stronger than others. I hate to tell you that, but that is true. I'm just gonna shred those. I don't think I need them. I don't think I need that either. And I think that's kind of the issue. It's like you want to pick a character that you like and you enjoy playing, but if that character is weak, you probably don't want to spend the time on it, right? So there's probably something a little bit better for you to play on. Now, do I need to finish doing this? Do I need to keep this? I don't remember what I need it for. Find the source of the poison. Travel to the Chimeral wetlands. Return to the infested barren. Oh, I gotta go back there and do the altar thing. Do I have the waypoint for the wetlands? I think I do. I'm trying to think here where I need to go. We do the wetland ones. That's the main quest. I think I have a waypoint for that. Yeah, right here. I also need to go to the infested barrens, and it'll just kind of take me through everything. I need to kill that toxic boss too, wherever the fuck that is. Farm Duriel 1,500 times and he'll hate the loot. Bro, Patrick, you know. You fucking know. I used to do like Mephisto runs, Meph runs. I go through, I kill like the Countess or what, not the Countess, but the one that was like before, like one of the tribal members that was before the Meph. I kill him, then I kill Meph, and then I go through. Doing Bale runs was a thing. Pendle Skin runs was a thing. God, I mean, I did all of that shit. Like, there's so many of them. One of them that was really effective was like that Overseer one, where you go to like the Act 5 and you go out to the woods. Like, not the woods, but it's like the cold tundra area. I can't think of where it was. And you just run over there, kill that boss real quick. He's like a siege boss or something. Do this have multiplayer, or is it strictly solo? Yeah, you can play with your friends. So you have like a party system here, and you can invite your friends. You can create a party. I don't know how many people can be in the same party though. Is it 4 or more than that? I don't know. Diablo used to be like 8 people in a lobby together, and you could just run around. But I don't know how many are available on this. I think you could probably do quite a bit. Where am I located? I mean, you could guess. I need to find the Temple of Chaos. Wherever that is. Nah, it's easier. It's easier to guess than that, man. Look like a PA guy. Wait, why did you both say PA? What? Excuse me? That's... What are the odds? 2 people in different chats saying the same thing? That's odd. But I haven't done a lot of multiplayer on this either, so I'm not sure about all the multiplayer settings. I wonder if there's PvP. I feel like there would be. Diablo had it. People used to like hardcore PvP. It was basically you go fight a guy, and if you die, you lose your character. That was kind of crazy. Wouldn't recommend it. Another orb. Let's go. I need like 20 more of those. Better rewards and up and the difficulty scales up. Oh, if you play together? Yeah, I think it affects drop rates and some other stuff. The other thing is most people don't play as a... Like, a lot of players that grind this game just play solo because it's faster, from what I understand. You can just clear waves. You usually don't have another teammate to deal with. But I guess you could also farm as a group, like a big group, and do it that way. That might work. And then maybe you can find more stuff. Hey, I got a gold item out of the chest. That's new. Accuracy, mana, fire resistance. No, thank you. The intelligence roll, and that's crazy too. It's high, like for requirements. No thanks. I need to go check down here just in case I ran to the wrong way. I was drinking a Whataburger cup. Yeah, I mean, I was. You guys are observant. Damn. I'm in Missouri. Like, I mean, you know? Just throwing that out there. The hat, maybe? Maybe a sign? Maybe. I wonder if this area would be good to farm. There seems like there's a good amount of little boss guys around here. Little mobs. It's like 3 gold mobs and a very short distance. Yeah, kind of short. Maybe. I didn't check down there either, but we'll go back up here. Well, all roads lead somewhere. Where are we going? At least I'm gaining experience, though. That's another thing. The more mobs I kill, the more experience I gain. Yeah, the maps are kind of big. At least they feel big.
Nowhere to run.
That's Topaz Ring, lightning resistance. We could roll that ring and see if we get anything decent. Depends on how high the resistance is on it. $29. That's pretty high. I think it only goes to 30. Is this where that boss is?
As deadly as they are beautiful.
Yeah, there he is. Ew, lame loot. I got an amulet though. I think it's a dexterity amulet. Oh no. Whoa. The double drop on that kind of saved it from being absolute garbage. So it has a base of 6 to all, like 6 to all attributes. And then it gives 5 to all attributes. So that's like dexterity, intelligence, strength. So it's plus 11. That's 2 skill points essentially. That's pretty good. I wonder, I don't know if it's that good though. Like, there's probably one that drops like, I don't know. 'Cause I'm wondering like if you rolled that into a rare, the maximum mana on there's crazy. So that's good for a build. If you could get like maximum health maybe or something else. Like, I need to replace this amulet. Like, my amulet's garbage. Like, it's something I haven't fixed yet. I just kept forgetting. But when I find rings, this is another thing I was going to point out, Mike. This ring's a normal ring. It has 29% lightning resistance, which is nice. It's a topaz ring. So each ring usually is like a ruby ring, might be like fire or something. But 29 out of 30. So I know that's a high ring. Since it's normal, I can roll it with one of these. Now I got a 24 dexterity ring, which is a perfect T5 roll plus that. So I know that's worth giving it another orb to add another thing to it. So 10% increased chaos damage. That's probably an okay roll. So at least it has damage for chaos. So that'd be a poison ring with lightning resistance and dexterity. Now, if you want to, you could roll it again and make it a rare item and see what you would get. I don't know if I should do that on this one. Maybe. I'm trying to think what I would do with that. Probably not. I forgot what this one was. I think this is just something I had left over for some reason. But that one, you could make that a rare one. You could burn a regal orb on it and see what you would get. But I don't know if it'd be worth really risking it. Because I'm probably not going to use it. The dexterity's cool. But I don't need dexterity. Like, it's not the best stat. Like, it doesn't really matter.
Take your time. I like it.
31 armor, evasion. This one is interesting. I wonder if that's worth anything. Never had Whataburger. It's okay. Like, it's fast food burgers. I mean, you can't really miss much there. I should say you're not missing much there. I found the Orb of Alchemy again. Okay, I wonder what that one was. Uncut Skill Gem. I could do Lightning Rod since I'm still using it. Magnetic Salvo would help too because it give me more damage. So Magnetic Salvo converts 80% of your physical damage to lightning damage. That's why you want physical damage. A lot of lightning does that stuff too. think I need to go with this one, maybe. Yeah, we can upgrade it. We'll just do the base ones first. I do want food now. Dude, I'm actually getting hungry. I was thinking of taking a break. Did I get LASIK? I got LASIK. That's what I got. My eyes weren't that bad, thankfully, and I qualified. I was worried about it. Would I do it again? Yeah, if I had to. Oh, yeah. I should have done it sooner, is what I would tell you. There are some potential risks with LASIK, like any procedure, but it's so common. It's such a common procedure. They're pretty good at mitigating those risks. And I think the only issue I have with it is it's fucking expensive to get LASIK. Like, it was a good amount of money. But I didn't like wearing glasses when I streamed, and I wore a headset, so the glasses would push, like, on my head all the time. I also just didn't like how I looked with glasses either. It just bothered me. So I was like, I'm going to fix that. I'm getting rid of that. So I ended up doing that. But LASIK, I think, would be worthwhile if it's something that you've been wanting to do for a while. Like, I would consider it. If you have the cash to do it. By all means. It is expensive. I'm not gonna sugarcoat that. Oh, there's the trials here. Is this for my ascendancies? Or is this for something different? Oh yeah, it's these. I don't think I want to do that right now. Find the source of the poison. Where's that at? I gotta go here and then find the infested barons. We killed that other boss though, so that's good. We also need to go back down here. Alright, let's go to the infested barons. Let's go look for that. Do it, it's easy. I don't think I need to right now. One of them's easy. Oh, right there. That was simple. I still need to go back and do most of my ascendancies because I don't have a lot of them available. I have these two, and then I haven't done anything else. I want to max this one out, so I need 2 more points. And then I'll probably go down this way with Windward. Knock that one out, knock these ones out. I don't know if I need to do any others, because I feel like with my build, you just want the arrow and you want the damage, attack speed, and then the movement speed and skill speed. I think would be a priority for me.
Storm point.
I just have to do those ascendancies. They take a little while. It would help my damage a lot. Yo, chill. Gotta put the stone in the altar. I think after I get through the campaign, I'll just go do the ascendancy stuff. I know it's kind of like weird putting them off, but... Question is, can I get through the campaign and on my current build? Maybe... I don't know about the last boss. I might not be able to kill him right now. My damage, my life might be a little too weak, but I think I can kill most of them. Can you get increased attack speed on rings? I know you can do like castrates, so I feel like you should be able to get attack speed on a ring, right? That would be sick. Now I'm wondering like what the most valuable ring is. Probably like max health, max mana, maybe damage and then attack speed if that's possible. Something like that. Like, does that even exist? I'm gonna go find out. Let's do ring. Let's do max health. I'm searching on my other monitor. Max number life. Oh, no, I don't want that one. I do want that one, actually. Maximum number to mana. Would be 2 life. Why is that so laggy, though? To maximum life. And then you'd probably want maybe physical damage on there. Oh, you can do % increased physical damage? Oh, God. That might be better. No results found for that. So maybe that doesn't roll.
Fury.
What's he doing? I guess maybe it would just be like, instead of doing it that way, you'd have to have maximum life, maximum mana, and then maybe just physical damage by itself, like a number to physical damage, which I feel would be fine. I did that wrong. Adds number to physical damage attacks. Local? I wonder what they mean. Maybe like pseudo would be like the default setting. Oh, implicit. Let me search for that too. Let's see if those exist. Man, those don't exist. Oh, it only goes up to 89. No, there's a ring. There's a legendary that does 100 maximum life and mana each. That'd be kind of cool. What's up, Jonathan? How you doing, man?
Fury.
Yeah, I'm getting distracted. I'm like trying to learn too while I'm at it. I'm also thinking about grabbing some food too, taking an early lunch. I woke up, got on here early, and I've been on for 4 hours, which is not bad. Not bad at all. But I'm also hungry, and if I go eat, I can come back and stream for another 4 hours. Maybe 6. Depending on how I'm feeling.
If the Azak value their lives, they'll steer clear. If only the Val lasted half as long as their contraptions.
Leave my contraptions alone, buddy. Gonna be a dead end over here. Well, maybe not. I need more loot. Advanced dual string bow. Hey. Let's get lucky. I would just throw it away at that point, but I want to check. Boo. Boo. Crossbow. Oh, dodge that. Excuse me, sir. I like how they have carver shamans and whatnot. It's like straight out of Diablo. It's like copyright. Probably not. Attack speed, accuracy, physical damage. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not great. I don't think. Yeah. Not great. Not terrible. Not great. Terrible, but not great. Or what does he say? He says like,
Charged arrow.
I think he says it's not great, but not terrible. Yeah, I think is what it says. It's the Chernobyl quote. Something, something, something. Rontgen, like the level of radiation. And he's like, oh yeah, you know, like, it's not great, but not terrible. God, what a good show, too. Chernobyl was really impressive. HBO did a great job with it. Yeah, I know it was a little exaggerated, potentially, to some degrees, like most shows, but very entertaining. Very well done. The acting was pretty solid. All the actors were good. The leads. One of them, Skarzard. I can't remember the other guy with the glasses who plays the scientist. Fantastic job in that one. I'm trying to think other shows that came out. The new Star Wars show on Disney. I don't know. It's interesting because that one, it's really like targeted toward a much younger audience. Like a much younger audience. I saw like the first 2 episodes. And I was like, okay. They're making like a more kid-friendly / kind of younger show that's more lighthearted than, I guess, your traditional Star Wars show. But interesting to see Disney take that approach. I mean, it's Disney, so it doesn't surprise me. But
Quick and lethal. That would
they
only
also
slow me
made
down.
a couple other shows that just didn't seem to be doing very well. There's so many now. With like Disney Plus, they just make like spin-offs of everything. Now we're getting Lord of the Rings spin-offs with HBO. Not Lord of the Rings spin-offs, but I think we will at some point. The other one we're getting is what are they called? Fuck. Game of Thrones spin-offs. Sorry, there we go.
It's idea.
Struggling for my life on that one. Wait, what? What is this one? 20% increased charm effect duration, 22% increased charm effect duration, 5% increased charm charges. I heard you like charms. That's so weird.
I like it.
That could be kind of cool though. I don't know if somebody wants that, like if it could be used for something, maybe not, but I'm just gonna stick it in here and maybe research it a bit. It's just a weird roll that has a bunch of the same effect, so it might be like a better idea for a certain build or something. Probably not with those stats. Probably not. All right, I need to keep going this way. I think I didn't check that corner, which is probably a problem.
Nowhere to run.
It should be fine. Ow. Get on out of here. Get on out of here. Question is, what do I eat? Also shocked I haven't leveled yet. No, I did level earlier. I'm 65 now. We're cruising. I feel like I should run into a unique mob at some point in time here. Yeah, I gotta go down this way. I guess the next question is, after I build a ranger, what's the other build that I should do? Like a sorcerer? That would be fun. I feel like everyone's gonna do a sorcerer. The other one is the mercenary, which is pretty fucking common. Like a shotgun kind of build with a crossbow. It's interesting. And then there's the warrior, which is not so great. Supposedly they just don't deal damage. From what I found. I don't know, maybe people figured it out yet and they actually do a decent amount of damage, but maybe not. Then there's a couple other builds. The witch. What am I forgetting? Witch, warrior, sorcerer, ranger. Oh, the monk. The monk would be an option. That could be kind of cool. Maybe we do a monk. It's kind of like a mix between, you know, I think it's a magical but like physical one, kind of like a warrior, sort of, maybe. And I wonder what else they're gonna add if they do add more characters. Usually, like, Diablo would add characters with the season, like the expansion. Yeah, what's up, kid? How you doing, man? Thanks for telling me that, yeah. I didn't see it until after, but I was just like, man, I can't remember. I know there's another one somewhere out there. Ow. Why are you hitting me? I know I'm just all in your face trying to kill you, but like, there's no reason for all this violence. There has to be a better answer. And the dead guy. Poor guy. I'm gonna go down this way. Oh. Might die there because I'm trying to do another attack that I shouldn't be doing. My attack speed is not fast enough for that. I'm gonna get some boots though. Where's all that damage coming from? Sheesh. That crossbow. I keep finding so many crossbows. And the waystone. A canal. Alright, need to go. Is there a lever over here that I'm missing? I need to go back this way. I think the other weapons come out. Some of the other players. Yeah, that's right. That's a good thing you mentioned that. Can I show you? I don't think I can. But like the let's see. No, the spear, dagger, what else? There's something else that's gonna come out too. Some of those will be a thing. The dagger will be interesting because I'm pretty sure that's gonna be an assassin, like the rogues, another one for the rogue. So that'll change builds too once they get all those stats done. The sword, I think, is another one. So there's gonna be swords that'll come out. That'll be a bigger change, probably. So that'll definitely be interesting. Probably like, what, 6 months on that, maybe? I don't know what their update plan is. Like, someone said 6 months for certain things, but I don't know if that's true or not. And early access could also be like for the next 2-3 years, maybe. Who knows? I didn't really read their website, so I have no clue. Sword with the warrior would be a good bet. Yeah. Who gets the spear? The monk, maybe? Instead of having like another staff, they just have a spear.
Fury.
Or you could give that to this girl too. No, not so much a ranger, no. That'd be more. That'd be something else. That'd be the dagger. Oh. Dagger, spear, sword. I don't know. Mercenary could get something. I'm just surprised. There seems to be like a lot with this game. Like quite a bit. New classes too with their weapons. I can't wait to try a druid. Yeah, I wondered if they're gonna bring that in here too. Like, I don't see why they wouldn't. You have the witch. Druid was classic Diablo. Have I played Elden Ring? Would you ever do a stream on it? I have played Elden Ring a little bit. I got probably like halfway through the game and then I just took a break. I went back and played Call of Duty. I know I had to play Call of Duty for a while. I know.
Finally.
But it was interesting. I gotta return to the campment real quick. I loved Elden Ring. It was so good. This kind of reminds me of Elden Ring with the boss fights in a weird way, because you're dodging and you're moving out of the way constantly. And there's jokes like how you tuck and roll constantly in this game. So it's just like, damn, like, am I playing Elden Ring? Like, what is this? Elden Ring 2? They also announced a different Elden Ring game at the Game Awards last night. That was a surprise. Nightwing or Night Ring or something like that, or whatever it's called, Night something. Someone will probably know. 110 to maximum life. Interesting. So I wonder how that's gonna play. It's another Souls game. It's gonna suck. It's gonna be hard. Which is half the fun, man. I love it. Dark Souls really did, like, Elden Ring really did remind me of, like, what gaming is supposed to be. Like, it should be a challenge, but it should also be enjoyable. I think at a very, very base level, gaming should be enjoyable, and it should be fun. And then after that, I mean, it depends on, I guess, your priorities, but realistically, you should have some type of reward for playing the game or feel satisfaction. So Souls games really give you that after kicking you in the nuts a few times. You're just like, that really sucks. It's unfortunate. But you got better, and then you adapted to the game, you evolved, and you learned. You made progress. And if you're able to beat it and power through it, it does become rewarding. And a lot of games don't have that level of challenge as much, in my opinion. It doesn't feel like you earned, a win in the same way. Because there's bosses on that game that I've watched people play for weeks and they can't beat them. Some people play for months. They don't have a lot of time to play and they still can't beat them. And then eventually they do. And it's like that sense of growth and reward. I feel like you can't really replicate that with a lot of games. So it's very enjoyable. But I think you also need the right personality type for Dark Souls. Otherwise, you might just stop. I think that's a thing too, where you just don't want to play it because it's too difficult. You get too frustrated. And that's also why I said that gaming should be enjoyable. It should be fun. But if you can stick it out, it does become something, something unique, and it's a good experience. So I really enjoyed my time on that game. I'm definitely a fan. I feel like a lot of the games we have now don't quite give that same reward experience. Wish there was an automatic way to do this, like click a button and it just puts all my stuff here. Is that a thing? Can that be a thing? That'd be cool. It's probably a thing and I just don't know about it. What does this do? Upgrades a normal magic item with 1 life modifier. Upgrades a normal item to magic with 1 mana. Yeah, I guess you could force items to drop you have a modifier if you have these things to craft in there. I wonder what those ones do. I haven't found them yet. So if I found gloves and I want to have life on it, I could probably put this in here and then roll it with the gloves, and then it would give me like life attributes, I guess. These are good boots too, by the way. The strength requirement's crazy high, but 25% movement speed, crazy mana on that. The rarity is kind of cool. It's not great, but it's whatever. The cold resistance is good enough. If you could get more resistance on there, and then maybe max health, those would be solid boots. I have these ones though, so I'm set. I just need max mana on these ones. But I can't, unfortunately. Alright, I think that's all I need to do right now. I need to talk to the lady. Yeah, I gotta go down here.
So this is what the Val were capable of.
I think that's my best bet here. Just go chat with her for a sec, and then I'm gonna take a lunch break is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go get some food, check on a few things.
Beyond this, I recommend
Buy or sell items. Oh, we can gamble. 20k? God damn. 10% dexterity, 32 increased evasion rating, 17 to all attributes, 23 to dexterity, plus 10 to dexterity. What? So that's math is hard. Can somebody do math? I don't want to do mental math real quick. I don't like adding 5 plus 5. That's a lot of dexterity, dude. That's an insane amount of dexterity. 'Cause 17, 23. Jesus Christ, bro. That's 40, what, right? Plus 10? 50? Nah, that can't be right. There's no way. There's no fucking way.
Shocking.
That's a lot of dexterity. What is that? I'm gonna take a... Might need to take a photo of that one and be like, excuse me? We heard you like attributes, so we gave you attributes. That's fucking wild. I don't think I need dexterity that bad, though. It's probably not like a really valuable stat. Well, maybe. And then the evasion rating, I don't know. It's technically plus 50, and then 17 to everything else. That's so fucking ridiculous. I wonder what that's worth. If it's worth anything at all, or just probably not good enough. I'm gonna go look. Add stat filter. Implicit. Okay, and then I'm gonna add all attributes. And then I'm gonna add dexterity. I could do magic find on there. The magic find's kind of high, in my opinion. 16 is the low roll, but still high. It's tier 3. Rarity. I don't think anyone would really use this amulet, though. Oh, they do exist. A couple of these exist. Sorta. I think it's like worth like an exalted orb, maybe. 14, 7, 25. That's pretty stacked, too. That's just so much dexterity, dude. Like what the fuck? This one says plus 21 to all attributes, 15 to dexterity, 15 to dexterity. So yeah, I guess you'd want more amulets like that, but with more, maybe resistances would be cool. So it's not worth a lot, but it is cool. Doesn't really help me though by any means. It's just, I don't think it's that useful. Okay. I think I'm gonna take a quick lunch break, and then I might come back and then go from there. Slash ban turn of the amount of spam I get on Twitch is crazy. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go grab lunch and then come back and play a little bit more and try to get through as far as we can in Act 3 today. So I'll see you guys when I get back. Take care.